Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, akuntan profesional unggul, Indonesia maju. Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia, IAI, telah berkiprah mendukung pembangunan SDM dan transformasi ekonomi Indonesia.
Akuntan memiliki peran penting dalam pembangunan nasional yang berkesinambungan.
Profesi akuntan mendukung upaya peningkatan profesionalisme SDM Indonesia agar bisa optimal berkarya mendukung pembangunan ekonomi yang efisien dan transparan. Melalui Prakarsa 6.1 yang telah ditetapkan sebagai program umum Dewan Pengurus Nasional IAI periode 2018-2022, IAI siap berkarya mengawal perekonomian bangsa ini menuju Indonesia Emas 2045.
Saya sangat mendukung rencana IAI untuk mempercepat program sertifikasi agar para akuntan di negara kita memiliki kreativitas, inovasi, keterampilan, dan memiliki daya saing, dan sekali lagi dalam rangka mendukung pengembangan ekosistem kita yang lebih akuntabel, lebih efisien, goal-oriented, dan inovatif.
Tanggung jawab itu terwujud melalui Chartered Accountant Indonesia sebagai identitas akuntan profesional Indonesia dan telah mendapat pengakuan kualitas secara global. Prakarsa 6.1 berisi 6 langkah aksi dengan satu tujuan strategis untuk memperkuat peran IAI dalam meningkatkan kepercayaan masyarakat terhadap entitas bisnis dan publik dengan menyiapkan akuntan profesional berintegritas siap menghadapi masa depan. IAI melaksanakan tugas dan tanggung jawabnya menyusun standar akuntansi keuangan dan standar profesi, melaksanakan ujian sertifikasi, serta aktivitas keprofesian lain mengacu kepada International Federation of Accountants dan Chartered Accountant Worldwide. IAI for Society dijalankan untuk memberikan manfaat yang semakin besar bagi masyarakat serta untuk mendekatkan profesi kepada publik. Founding Fathers IAI telah menetapkan 2 tujuan pendirian IAI. IAI dibangun untuk mempertinggi mutu pendidikan akuntan dan meningkatkan kualitas pekerjaan akuntan Indonesia. IAI menguasai perubahan, menyiapkan masa depan.
Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
Gabung Brevet Pajak Yai, pilihan tepat untuk Anda. Pelatihan Brevet Yai, ahli pajak, bedah substansi, temukan solusi. Kenapa memilih IAI? Modul yang selalu update dan materi yang dilengkapi dengan pembahasan studi kasus komprehensif. Instruktur yang terjaga kompetensinya, berpengalaman, dan tentu saja profesional. Apa aja yang didapat kalau belajar pajak? Sudah pasti, kita jadi tahu seluk-beluk perhitungan pajak. Menjadi kuasa hukum perpajakan mewakili perusahaan, meningkatkan karir dan menunjang profesi. Kalau ingin menjadi konsultan pajak, belajar privat pajak juga bisa sebagai langkah persiapan USKP. So, banyak kan manfaat belajar privat pajak? Sebagai benefit tambahan, IAI melaksanakan program kuliah umum perpajakan dengan menghadirkan narasumber dari praktisi dan profesional di bidang perpajakan. IAI juga melaksanakan gathering alumni brevet untuk senantiasa mengupdate informasi perpajakan. Kalian juga tidak perlu bingung, karena IAI menyiapkan berbagai pilihan waktu belajar, jadi dapat disesuaikan dengan kebutuhan. Bagi teman-teman mahasiswa, IAI juga memberikan harga khusus mahasiswa aktif. Selama pandemi, IAI juga tetap hadir dalam pelatihan brevet pajak secara virtual dengan menggunakan platform Microsoft Teams. Hal ini juga memungkinkan untuk dapat diikuti oleh peserta dari seluruh Indonesia. Dan, untuk diketahui, pelatihan brevet pajak terapan IAI juga diperkuat dengan MOU antara IAI dan Direktorat Jenderal Pajak. IAI juga memiliki kompartemen akuntan perpajakan. Yang salah satu kegiatan rutinnya adalah menyelenggarakan regular tax discussion yang mengupas isu perpajakan terkini. Pelatihan brevet IAI hadir di 6 knowledge center di Jabodetabek. IAI Knowledge Center Menteng, Moy, Serpong, Kedoya, Fatmawati, dan Sumarekon Bekasi. Selain itu, dengan standarisasi nasional, pelatihan brevet IAI juga hadir di beberapa IAI wilayah di Indonesia. Nah, jadi tunggu apa lagi? Ayo segera daftar pelatihan brevet pajak terapan IAI. Pelatihan brevet IAI, ahli pajak, bedah substansi, temukan solusi.
What kind of tomorrow do you want to shape? A connected world, working together to prosper and thrive. Training as a chartered accountant puts you in a position to make a real difference, giving you the skills and perspectives to build the tomorrow you want. Become a difference maker. Become a chartered accountant. Your business is a living thing, growing and evolving based on the decisions you make, the directions you take. Chartered accountants have the breadth of skills, commitment to ethics, and global expertise to help your business thrive. We are uniquely experienced to make a difference to your world. Choose a difference maker. Choose a chartered accountant.
Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, IAI. Excellent Professional Accountants, Advance Indonesia. The Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, IAI, actively supports the development of human resource and economic transformation in Indonesia.
Akuntan memiliki peran penting dalam pembangunan nasional yang berkesinambungan.
The accountancy profession is supporting efforts to improve the professionalism of Indonesian human resource so that they can work optimally to support efficient and transparent economic development. Through Initiative 6.1, which has been established as a general program of the IEI Council for the period of 2018-2022. IAI is ready to work and contribute to the safeguarding of the nation economy towards Indonesia Emas 2045.
Saya sangat mendukung rencana IAI untuk mempercepat program sertifikasi agar para akuntan di negara kita memiliki kreativitas, inovasi, keterampilan, dan memiliki daya saing, dan sekali lagi dalam rangka mendukung pengembangan ekosistem kita yang lebih akuntabel, lebih efisien, goal-oriented, dan inovatif.
This responsibility is materialized through the Chartered Accountant or CA Indonesia as the identity for Indonesian professional accountants, and the quality is globally recognized. Initiative 6.1 includes 6 steps of action with one strategic objective to strengthen the role of IAI in increasing public trust in business and public entities by preparing professional accountants with integrity ready to face the future.
Kepada generasi muda akuntan Indonesia yang menjadi peserta di APAFES, saya berharap agar para akuntan muda juga mampu menguasai teknologi. Jangan pernah berhenti belajar. Manfaatkan kesempatan untuk memperdalami dunia keilmuan dan pengalaman berbisnis, sehingga kemampuan kalian dapat terasah.
IAI carries out its duties and responsibilities to compile the financial accounting standards and professional standards, carry out certification examination, as well as other professional activities referring to the International Federation of Accountants and Chartered Accountants worldwide. IAI for Society is run to provide greater benefits for the community and to bring the profession closer to public. IAI's founding fathers have set two goals for the establishment of IAI. The Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants, IAI, was organized to enhance the quality of accountants' education and improve the quality of Indonesian accountants' work. IAI, Mastering Change, Preparing for the Future.
Gerakmu, hadirkan semangatmu, hatimu dan mimpimu. kuatkan imanmu, raihlah prestasimu. Satukan tujuan, siapkan masa depan, jaga akuntabilitas. DAI mengabdi, bersatu dan berbakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Selalu berkarya dan jaga integritas Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia. Langkahmu, gerakmu, hadirkan semangatmu, hatimu dan mimpimu, satukanlah dalam asamu. Tunjukkan baktimu, kuatkan imanmu, raihlah prestasimu. Satukan tujuan, siapkan masa depan, jaga akuntabilitas. DAI mengabdi, bersatu dan berbakti untuk Ibu Pertiwi. Selalu berkarya dan jaga integritas Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia. Ikatan Akuntan Indonesia.
Business 20, a platform for the global business community to spur economic growth and development.
Driving collaboration. Growth. Inclusive. Advocacy. Welcome to B20 Indonesia, advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Geraha Akuntan Jakarta, Indonesia. My name is Monica Nabilia and I'll be your host for today's webinar. On behalf of the organizer, the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants or IAI, B20 and International Federation of Accountants or IFAC, welcome to the Integrity and Compliance Task Force webinar, Optimizing Sustainability Governance Through a Single Set of High-Quality Global Sustainability Reporting Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, EIE, in collaboration with B20 and IFAC, is proud to host this virtual international webinar. As a member of B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force, EIE is honored to have B20 support to recognize this webinar as part of the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force side event as initiated by the Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, or KADIN. This webinar is part of series of 3 B20 side events that will be organized by IAI and IFAC in 2022. Before we begin, I would like to kindly invite you to observe the following housekeeping rules. Ladies and gentlemen, to begin, let us sing the national anthem Indonesia Raya. Ladies and gentlemen, to open our webinar today, let us hear the opening remarks from Professor Mardiasmo, EIE President. To Professor Mardiasmo, the screen is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Ms. Sinta Wijaya Kamdani, Chair of the B20 Indonesia, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon from Jakarta, Indonesia. Let us start by expressing our praise and gratitude to the God Almighty for His blessing for this important event, B20 Side Event Task Force Integrity and Compliance, optimizing sustainability governance through a single set of high-quality global sustainable reporting standards. I would like to take this opportunity to formally convey our appreciation to the B20 Indonesia Leadership and Secretariat for the opportunity for II to participate as a member of the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force. It is an honor for IEI to contribute to our collective effort in preparing the policy paper and contributing to the G20 recommendations. IEI is proudly represented in B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force by members of our National Council, Professor Lindawati Ghani and Professor Siddhartha Utama as a member of the task force, and Ms. Rosita Ulisinaga and Master Isnai Adiat as their respective deputies. This acceptance will further motivate us, professional accountants, to make a greater contribution to Indonesia's G20 presidency. I would also like to thank IFAC for co-hosting to the events. As part of the official side event of the B20 Indonesia, broadcasted globally to promote environmental, social, and governance, or ESG initiatives. As a part of global framework, as a part of global network of more than 3 million accountants and 180 professional organizations in 135 countries and jurisdictions under IFAC, where IAI is a member of co-founder of as well as member of Charter Accountant Worldwide. Our collective focus is on optimizing sustainable governance with emphasis on the emerging importance of sustainable issues. Distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. In today's global and interconnected world, there is an urgent call for leaders of the G20 and business community to act on promoting sustainability or sustainable governance in business to support ESG initiative. Climate change is an overarching issue that continues to affect our life. The accountancy profession must play its part to contribute to the global efforts towards reducing our carbon emission. I believe in order to achieve a net zero emission target and tackling climate change and maintaining sustainability, a strong and solid sustainability governance is essential. Acknowledging the important role of our profession in this space, we have witnessed how key stakeholders such as IFAC, IOSCO, and the IFRS Foundation, and of course, leaders of the G20 are taking action toward a solution that particularly the accountancy profession can bring. As a response, in November 2021, the IFRS Foundation has announced the initiative to form from the ICSP, which will develop a comprehensive global baseline as a high-quality disclosure standard to meet the needs of investors. Mirroring the IFRS Foundation increasing focus on sustainability, in December 2020, IAI has established the IAI Task Force on Comprehensive Corporate Reporting, or TFCCR IAI. The task force aims to promote and accelerate adoption of high-quality, globally converged and accepted sustainability reporting standards. Furthermore, as a part of ongoing journey to build a strong sustainability reporting ecosystem in Indonesia, IAI at our 14th Congress that will be organized on December 15, 2020, this year, will be proposing change to our basic articles of association to accommodate establishment of the Indonesia Sustainability Standard Board. It is an extension of the trust that our government and stakeholders have given to IAI in successfully developing the financial reporting standard in Indonesia. Recent global dynamics have presented an increasing significant threat to the business and social environment. The world needs us, professional accountants, to mitigate all of this. Accountants must lead on climate reporting, other ESG disclosures, and their assurance, because accountants are at the center of information. Accountants have the relevant skills and competencies. Also, accountants are globally connected, and accountants are subject to a globally accepted ethical code. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to once again thank the B20 leadership to recognizing our role in organizing this event as part of the Global Legacy chapter of the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force. We recognize the importance of the B20 side events as a platform to promote and socialize the progresses that we have made in advancing innovative, inclusive, and collaborative growth to our global stakeholders. I strongly emphasize the importance of this collaborative event as part of the Legacy Charter for Indonesia B20's presidency in promoting sustainability governance by increasing transparency, comparability, and credibility of sustainability report. Last but not least, I would like to invite all members of the B20 community to work together in moving to collective commitment. The leaders of the G20 have established last year in Italy into real urgent action, particularly on the need to promote an accelerated adoption of high-quality global converged and accepted sustainability reporting standards. Thank you very much. Keep safe and stay healthy. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, President Mardiasmo, for the opening remarks. Next, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor and privilege for us to welcome Ibu Sinta Wijaya Kamdani, the Chair of B20 Indonesia 2022, to deliver the opening remarks. To Ibu Sinta, the screen is yours.
Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Professor Mardiasmo, President of Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountant, Pak Haryanto Budiman, our own Chair of Task Force Integrity and Compliance, B20 Indonesia, Kevin Dancy, CEO of International Federation of Accountants, all invited speakers and attendees, good afternoon and thank you for having me. Let me start by extending my highest gratitude to the continuous hard work of colleagues at the task force. It is not only astounding to see how this task force has worked on some important priority topics under its policy recommendations, but also how the members came up with a remarkable initiative like this side event. We must be proud that Indonesia has been trusted to lead the G20 process this year, and we as the business community must work hand in hand to support our government. That is why B20 here represent the voice of business community supporting the G20 with impactful and actionable policy recommendations. We foster more dialogue and cooperation between the public and private sectors. But many people may have forgotten how other stakeholders in the business sector, like accountants, are also playing an instrumental part. IFAC and IAI have maintained their integrity and competence for years, promoting the high value of responsible, transparent, and high-quality business. I thank Pak Haryanto for choosing the right partners for us. As the chair of B20, I believe that this B20 and IAI collaboration in hosting this side event is highly substantial to promote and advocate to stakeholder of the B20 priorities, and to promote and advocate, as well as reflect the practical approach in pushing global innovative, inclusive, and collaborative economic growth. Also, a stronger foundation of sustainable governance for companies. We need to push the G20 government to amplify accountability and transparency of its business. I'm in to also to give you some updates on B20 Indonesia presidency. We have more than 2,000 businesses in the community, CEOs, compromising on not only large businesses, but also investors, small and medium enterprises. With this huge involvement from business across the globe, B20 gives an avenue for those who are directly and indirectly contribute to aggregate global economic growth. In a deeper meaning, B20 is also a platform to bring back the global trust toward multilateralism. We are here to support Indonesia government vision of G20 to cover the world together and stronger. In achieving the goal of B20 Indonesia, all priority topics will be operated through 6 task forces and 1 action council, and led by Indonesian reputable and prominent CEO, acting as chairs, and many global business leaders as co-chairs. The 6 task forces are Women in Business Action Council, Digitalization, Energy, Sustainability and Climate, Finance and Infrastructure, Future of Work and Education, Trade and Investment, and where we are today, which is the Integrity and Compliance Task Force. And all of these are producing of what we know as policy recommendation. To generate President Jokowi's vision to have G20 impactful to the public, B20 Indonesia also prepared some tangible legacies at the end of the summit, legacies that are long-lasting and sustainable. This side event is special as we are moving to produce a tangible outcome, which is a single set of high-quality global sustainable reporting. There are 3 ways how I see the importance of sustainable reporting for business. First is it manifests our support to global efforts on climate change, from limiting global warming to 1.5 Celsius degrees, achieving net zero economy, ending fossil fuel production and reliance, and reducing climate impacts to the society. It requires a high-quality, systematic check and report system. As governments worldwide have started to regulate its climate commitments, the goals will be achieved with business compliance at a great height. In many pledges and documents, business sectors have made the assurance to take part in which reporting of what they have done should not be an issue. Second is to help businesses to evaluate its adaptability to economic transformation. The world is anticipating the changes in business supply and demand, capital allocation and spending, production costs, business model, and governance, and state of job due to a massive green transformation. The sustainability report will assist businesses to reflect their strategies of what has gone wrong and what has done right, especially with a high quality standard of reporting. Businesses will be well equipped with a considerable overview. And third, it improves our business presence among customers. The recent study by IBM Institute for Business Value shows that sustainability has reached a tipping point whereby consumers increasingly embrace social and environmental causes in their consumption. 6 out of 10 consumers are willing to change their shopping habits to reduce environmental impacts, and over 70% would pay more to sustainable brands and products. As what I have been professionally doing in my business and my colleagues at the Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development, our transparency on sustainability efforts will boost our consumer trust and eventually lead to more value-driven business transaction. It definitely has more benefits to consider. However, as my time is limited, I would like to close by wishing a successful discussion today. Please don't hesitate to bring forward your ideas and suggestions for B20 Indonesia. Each and all of you are our important stakeholder in formulating the best steps to promote a global standard on sustainability reporting. I believe with the capacity of the invited speakers today, we will get the most comprehensive thought, reviewing from the perspective of business sectors, actors, investors, and regulators. Looking forward to the outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ibu Sinta, for the remarks. IAI recognized the importance of Indonesia G20 presidency in 2022 and committed to the successful of B20 Indonesia priorities. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite the speakers to have a group picture. Those I would like to invite for the first slide. Please, for Profesor Mardiasmo, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Bapak Haryanto Budiman, Raffi, Isabel, Ibu Rosita Ulisinaga, Ibu Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya, Ibu Agus Saptarina, and Bapak Sebastian Tobing to open the camera. We would like to have a group picture from here. Yeah. Okay, I'll count. 1, 2, and 3. Another picture. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much. Another slide to Ibu Elvia Syauki, Bapak Ari Pratama, Profesor Ilya Afianti, Bapak Ardan Adi Perdana, Profesor Siddhartha Utama, Profesor Indawati Gani, Bapak Yusuf Halim, Bapak Firman Syah Nazarudin, dan Ibu Elizarni Husin. Please open the camera and smile. We will do the screenshot from here. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, and 3. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to move on to our next agenda. We would like to invite Bapak Haryanto Budiman, the Chair of Integrity and Compliance Task Force B20 Indonesia, to deliver his opening remarks. To Pak Haryanto, the screen is yours.
Thank you. Professor Mardiasmo, President of IAI, Ibu Sinta Kamdani, Chair of B20 Indonesia, Mr. Kevin Dancy, CEO of IFAC, distinguished guests, speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and greetings to all of you. My name is Haryanto Budiman. I am the Chair of B20 Indonesia Integrity and Compliance Task Force. Prolonged COVID-19 pandemic has reshaped the way businesses work to a greater reliance towards digital platforms. Changes that have taken place include working lifestyle to a greater reliance on remote and online working environment, increasing reliance and frequency of transactions occurring on digital or online platforms, increasing roles contributed by the new digital business model, establishing new opportunities for money laundering, terrorist financing via virtual asset and virtual currency, and posing greater enticement for business to perform their operations without integrity. These changes reflect efforts to adapt with fast-changing landscape to survive in the market. Businesses also face an ever-increasing demand to adopt initiatives to comply with ESG requirements. Initially, the focus of our task force was only on the G or governance aspect in ESG, whereby the E or environmental and the S or social will be covered by other task forces. We initially intended to focus on 3 areas. The first one is on continuing the global efforts on anti-corruption. The second area is on strengthening organizational governance. And the third one is on addressing anti-money laundering and counter-terrorist financing in the new normal. Based on discussions with our knowledge partner, Ernst & Young, and various domestic and international stakeholders, we have come up with 4 priorities. Priority number 1 is to promote sustainable governance in business to support the ESG initiatives. Priority number 2 is to foster collective action initiatives to alleviate integrity risk. Priority number 3, foster agility in counteract measures to combat money laundering, terrorist financing risks. And priority number 4 is to strengthen governance to mitigate exacerbated cybercrime risks. Furthermore, in today's business, financial performance and associated disclosures is not the only factor that concerns investors and stakeholders. Non-financial performance, including sustainability metrics related to implementation of ESG, also need to be disclosed in order to provide a holistic view on companies' business sustainability going forward. The challenge, however, is that a standardized disclosure or reporting standard on sustainability does not yet exist. It is difficult to compare sustainability reports from different companies. Furthermore, how non-financial measures impact the company's financial performance are not very clear either, because they are still disjointed. Therefore, after further discussions with key stakeholders, including with IFAC and IAI, there is a need for us to address ESG in totality with a single set of high-quality global sustainability reporting standards. Our 2 policy actions related to sustainability reporting are, first, to improve sustainable governance measures. This is where we would like to recommend to the G20 to support a standardized sustainability measures in compliance efforts, including metrics, regulatory requirements for business in various sectors. Within the initiatives, there are also various efforts to promote the sustainability measures contributing factors or enablers. We will focus on the role of audit committee and compliance function in the implementation of sustainable governance. We will highlight the importance of sustainable governance matters as high priority management agenda. And we will also focus on integrating sustainability principles in the core of the business via corporate governance rules, codes, and goals of the entity. Second is to optimize sustainable governance compliance disclosure and monitoring aspect. This includes ongoing efforts for promoting a standardized and globally accepted guideline of sustainability reporting, adoption of integrated reporting practices between financial and non-financial performance metrics, initiatives in providing assurance against the established report, and socialization efforts within the area. In closing, I believe today's session will provide a great venue for all of us to learn and exchange ideas related to sustainability reporting topic, and undoubtedly will provide an important contribution to the B20 priorities. We look forward to your participation in this event, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Haryanto, for the remarks. Together with the IFAC, EIE is actively contributing to the cause, particularly through the B20 Integrity and Compliance Task Force. We appreciate the opportunity to work with the task force and contribute to the B20's discussion towards establishing its policy recommendation to the G20. Ladies and gentlemen, next we would like to invite Kevin Dempsey, CEO of IFAC, to deliver his remarks.
On behalf of IFAC, the International Federation of Accountants, I am pleased to share my views on the importance of sustainability-related corporate reporting. As the global voice of the accountancy profession, IFAC has actively supported the establishment of the new International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB, under the governance of the IFRS Foundation. We believe this initiative, which can lead the way towards a rational, harmonized global system for reporting on sustainability or ESG matters, is critical to the business and investor communities, as well as society at large. At IFAC, our research shows that the use of multiple standards for reporting on ESG, predominantly on a voluntary basis, is a major barrier to consistent, comparable, and reliable information. Last year, we examined 1,400 companies from the G20 nations, plus Singapore and Hong Kong. We found that almost 70% of ESG reporting by companies use multiple frameworks, not just one framework or set of standards. This perpetuates inefficiency, increases costs for companies, and leads to a lack of trust on the part of investors, regulators, and other stakeholders in the ESG information that companies do provide. It's important to appreciate the role of the ISSB in eliminating this confusion. The objective of the ISSB is to develop a comprehensive global baseline of high-quality sustainability disclosures, designed to meet the information needs of investors and global capital markets. This is important because it focuses the ISSB's efforts through the same lens as the ISB for financial reporting standards. Now, some jurisdictions may want the flexibility to add reporting requirements beyond those that the ISSB develops. For example, with respect to specific societal, public policy, or sustainable development goals. That's to be expected. And that is why the IFRS Foundation recently signed a memorandum of understanding with GRI, whose standards are widely used to report on this type of information. If the ISSB provides a global baseline of investor-focused disclosures, then local regulators can decide what else they may require their local companies to report, using GRI standards or others to complement the work of the ISSB. So where are we now? Following my remarks, the Vice Chair of the ISSB, Sue Lloyd, will give us an update on the new board's progress. Most importantly, just 2 weeks ago, the ISSB issued 2 exposure drafts, which she will explain. These can hopefully be finalized before the end of 2022 and endorsed by IOSCO. Accepting these new globally applicable standards as a local reporting requirement in Indonesia and other G20 nations will be a very important first step towards harmonizing reporting on all ESG topics around the world. We encourage all G20 nations to begin the process of devising legal and regulatory mechanisms that can be used to implement these and future ISSB standards as local reporting requirements. We issued guidance on this issue last September. At IFAC, we believe the accountancy profession has an important public interest responsibility to help transform high-quality standards and reporting requirements into high-quality information, and then provide verification assurance on that information. IFAC recently circulated to our global membership a call to action, spelling out our role as enablers that can assist the transition towards more sustainable companies and markets. First, as I already said, the world needs high-quality sustainability information, so we need to first champion the development of the ISSB's global baseline of information for investors. Then contribute to the ISSB's standard-setting process, starting with climate. And finally, advocate at home with policymakers and regulators for ISSB adoption and alignment. As jurisdiction-specific reporting initiatives emerge, We must call for alignment that starts with the ISSB's comprehensive global baseline of investor-focused information. Second, we must leverage the fact that professional accountants are at the center of information flows and decision-making, and we can use our skills and competencies to connect financial and non-financial information. I want to say more about this last point. This connection is critical to developing an integrated mindset within companies. This is the foundation for better decision-making by senior management, better oversight by boards of directors, better corporate reporting that truly enhances communication with stakeholders, and finally provides for the assurance of ESG and financial reporting in a value-added, interconnected way. Finally, as a profession, in our day-to-day work, we can take proactive steps to enable sustainable change. By being proactive in reporting the effects of climate change in the financial statements, by breaking down ESG or financial information silos within companies, that's the integrated mindset idea, by integrating ESG subject matter into the foundational skills and competencies, professional judgment, and integrity of professional accountants, and by advocating for smart policymaking. That is why we think it is important to actively engage here with the B20. That is what the accountancy profession can and must do to lead. But the business community must also help. A harmonized global system for reporting sustainability information will accelerate sustainability. It will provide high-quality reporting to address the climate crisis. It will help companies and their stakeholders measure and assess progress towards sustainability objectives in a consistent, comparable, and decision-useful way. Accurate measurement and reporting will promote more sustainable companies that create long-term value for investors and society. Finally, a global system is the best path to avoid regulatory fragmentation. Businesses and investors want a level playing field. A harmonized global system will reduce complexity, confusion, and cost. And as more and more investors take sustainability matters into account in their capital allocation decisions, companies who do not provide high-quality sustainability disclosures may find their cost of funds will increase. I would like to conclude by thanking the leadership of the B20 Task Force for recognizing the importance of standards for sustainability information. By supporting the ISSB initiative, especially this critical standard on climate, the global business community can make its voice heard and take an important first step towards high-quality sustainability disclosure. Now is the time for business to engage. IFAC urges the B20 and G20 to support the use of ISSB standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin, for the remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, on the November 3rd, 2021, the IFRS Foundation Trustee has established the new International Sustainability Standards Board, or ISSB. And it is an honor for us to welcome the Vice Chair of ISSB, Sue Lloyd, to deliver the keynote speech.
Hello. I'm delighted to be presenting to you today about the establishment of the new International Sustainability Standards Board. I'm Sue Lloyd, Vice Chair of the International Sustainability Standards Board. A little bit of history. So in 2001, the IFRS Foundation was created in order to develop globally accepted accounting standards. Those standards, the IFRS accounting standards, are now mandated in over 140 jurisdictions around the world. In 2020, the trustees who oversee the IFRS Foundation consulted our stakeholders on whether there was a need for a global set of standards on sustainability reporting, and asked if there was a need, what role the Foundation should play in meeting that need, if any. The response to that consultation has resulted in the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board, or the ISSB. The ISSB's role is to develop a comprehensive global baseline of sustainability disclosures and a taxonomy to facilitate the digital reporting of that information. The focus of the board will be on meeting the information needs of investors and the capital markets. From a company perspective, the ISSB standards will enable companies to provide comprehensive information about sustainability matters to communicate with the financial markets. The standards will be developed to facilitate compatibility with requirements that are jurisdiction-specific or requirements that are designed to meet the needs of a wider group of stakeholders. The IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards will focus on meeting investor needs, but they'll be compatible with jurisdictional requirements that are designed to meet broader stakeholder information needs. This diagram illustrates the relationship between different reporting perspectives, and it illustrates how the comprehensive global baseline that the ISSB is working on will work with other requirements, for example, jurisdictional specific requirements. At the bottom left of the diagram, you can see the core financial statements. For example, the financial statements prepared using IFRS accounting standards. Companies are already required to consider climate-related matters and other sustainability risks, if they're material, when they prepare their financial statements in accordance with IFRS accounting standards. So the information required by the ISSB is designed to complement that. And that's represented in the middle box, the ISSB standards called the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards. Those standards will require companies to report on sustainability matters that are necessary for investors to assess a company's enterprise value, the value of the company's shares, and its net debt. The third box represents broader sustainability reporting requirements that are either jurisdiction-specific or that are aimed at meeting a broader audience than investors. An example of these types of reporting requirements are those that are established by GRI. And you might be interested to hear that a few weeks ago, the ISSB entered into a memorandum of understanding with GRI that sets out the role of the ISSB in meeting investors' information needs and the complementary role that GRI plays in meeting broader stakeholder information needs. That memorandum of understanding is important to emphasize the respective roles of the ISSB with its investor focus and the broader GRI focus. That memorandum of understanding is also really important for companies because it commits the two organizations to work towards making our requirements complementary to improve the efficiency of reporting requirements. The model set out on this page shows the benefit of providing investors with high-quality, globally consistent sustainability disclosures that complement the financial statements, but doing this in a way that allows jurisdictions to incorporate the ISSB's requirements to meet specific jurisdictional requirements. Before I go from this slide, I'll just make one more point. You'll see in the bottom left that we refer to the IASB, but we will also refer to other GAAP. And that's because the ISSB is trying to write its standards in a way that would enable them to be used to complement information provided in financial statements using IFRS requirements, but also to facilitate communication in conjunction with the financial statements prepared using other GAAPs such as US GAAP. So the IFRS Foundation announced the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board in November at COP26 in Glasgow. And since then, the Foundation has continued with strong momentum in its progress. Since November, the chair of the ISSB, Emmanuel Faber, has been appointed, and I've been appointed as vice chair. We've also established the offices of the ISSB in Frankfurt and in Montreal. We've completed the consolidation of the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, the CDSB, and we're progressing well towards the consolidation of the Value Reporting Foundation, which houses the SASB standards and the IR framework. That's due to be completed before the end of June. As I just mentioned, we clarified our role relative to that of GRI by entering into a memorandum of understanding with them. And importantly, we've continued to build on the work that was done last year, building on the prototype documents that were published at the time of COP26 and the technical insights that were already developed by the CDSB and the Value Reporting Foundation by publishing the ISSB's first exposure drafts at the end of March. So touching on the exposure drafts. Firstly, the General Requirements Exposure Draft. This establishes the global baseline by proposing that companies be required to provide material information on all of their significant sustainability-related risks and opportunities that are necessary for investors to assess the company's enterprise value. We talk about information about a company's enterprise value, and it's important to point out that that can include a very wide range of information. Importantly, people often ask whether we care about the impact of a company on the environment, people, and the planet. And the answer to that question is yes, we do. It's included in the scope of the information required by the ISSB standards when those impacts affect the enterprise value of a company and the information that investors need to understand enterprise value. In short, if information about sustainability-related risks and opportunities is important to society at large, it's likely to be important to investors too. Let me give you a simple example. Let's say that a company is known to have a bad history of pollution. That is likely to result in regulatory action, which can affect the business model of the company. Also, increasingly, customers care about the reputation of the companies whose products they buy. So having a reputation as a polluter could affect the sales that a company generates. So this means that the impact of a company on the environment by polluting affects enterprise value, and therefore information about its pollution history would be relevant to investors. Now, you might ask how the ISSB could ask companies to report on all significant sustainability risks and opportunities when we're just starting to write our new standards. And that proposal is set out in the General Requirements Exposure Draft. So the proposal is that a company would be required to use the specific requirements set by the ISSB to provide disclosures about its sustainability-related risks and opportunities. So, for example, for climate-related risks, a company would apply the ISSB's climate proposals that I will talk about in a moment. But if the ISSB hasn't set out specific requirements for a sustainability matter, then the General Requirements Exposure Draft tells companies what to do. It says to consider the SASB's industry-based standards and the materials from the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, both to identify the topics that investors may be interested in, but also the disclosures that should be provided. And other important things set out in the General Requirements Exposure Draft are general reporting requirements. For example, it's proposed that sustainability information should be provided as part of the general purpose financial reporting package, and that it should be provided at the same time as the financial statements. On one hand, those sound like quite simple ideas, but they're all really important to bring sustainability reporting into mainstream corporate reporting. The second exposure draft is the climate document. So if a company identifies climate-related risks and opportunities as being significant sustainability-related risks and opportunities that are necessary for their assessment of enterprise value, which frankly we expect all companies to do, then they would apply these proposals in order to provide information about climate risks and opportunities to their investors. The exposure draft asks for disclosures about physical climate risks, such as flood risk, transition risks, such as how the company's business model may need to change due to climate regulation, and also climate opportunities that may be available to a company. For those who are familiar with the TCFD recommendations or the SASB's industry-based standards, you may well recognize many of the proposals in the climate exposure draft. And that's because we have built upon and expanded the TCFD recommendations, and the industry-based requirements included in the exposure draft as a mandatory part of the proposals have been derived from the SASB standards. And that's really important because our stakeholders told the trustees that we should build on the work of others rather than starting with a blank sheet of paper when we established the ISSB. So how do you get involved? Firstly, please do get involved in this consultation. The quality and the usefulness of our standards will be improved if you help us by providing us with input. You can respond to us in one of two ways. You can answer our online survey or you can send us a letter. The questions in the online survey are the same as the questions in the exposure drafts, so you only need to send one or the other and not both. The comment period is open until the end of July, so you have plenty of time to get back to us. Before I close, I'd just like to highlight a few more things that you can expect to see from the ISSB on the technical front during the year. Shortly, a staff document will be published where the staff will seek input on the development of a taxonomy to accompany the ISSB standards. And later on, the ISSB will publish an exposure draft of proposals for taxonomy requirements to accompany the general requirements and climate documents. As I mentioned previously, we plan to consolidate with the Value Reporting Foundation by the end of June. When we consolidate, the ISSB will assume responsibility for looking after the SASB's industry-based standards, and we will also become responsible for the SASB's ongoing research projects. One of the first things that the ISSB will do is work on improving the international applicability of the SASB's industry-based standards. And last, but certainly not least, later this year we expect to consult on our future agenda priorities. We will ask our stakeholders about which sustainability-related risks and opportunities the ISSB should prioritise, and also about the delivery plan for the current SASB standards projects.
Thank you, Sue, for the speech and presentation about the importance of global sustainability reporting standard to strengthen the sustainability governance. Ladies and gentlemen, next I would like to invite Raffi Abe Wardana to share the overview of exposure draft on general requirements for disclosure of sustainability-related financial information and climate-related disclosure published by ISSB. Raffi, I will pass the session to you.
Thank you ever so much. So good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Thank you, Professor Mariasmo and Kevin Dacey for this excellent event. It's an honor for us to actually present to you and your and the distinguished guests. So over the next 45 minutes, I'm going to go into some detail with regards to the exposure drafts. So if we can just pull up the slides, please, that would be great. So next slide, please. So as Sue Lloyd had mentioned, the ISSB is seeking feedback on two proposed standards, a climate standard and a general requirement standard, over a 120-day consultation period ending on the 29th of July 2022. The proposed IFRS S1 general requirements for disclosure of sustainability-related financial information sets out the overall requirements for disclosing sustainability-related financial information about all its significant sustainability-related risks and opportunities to provide the market with a complete set of sustainability-related financial disclosures. The proposed standard also provides guidance on how to identify and develop appropriate disclosures about sustainability-related risks and opportunities not addressed by the IFRS Disclosure Standards Board, using disclosure topics in the SASB standards and the CDSB framework application guidance for water and biodiversity related disclosures. The proposed climate-related disclosures sets out the specific requirements for the identification, measurement, and disclosure of climate-related financial information. When an entity applying the IFRS S1 identifies climate-related risks as a matter to report on S2 specifics, the S2 specifies what to actually disclose. Next slide, please. So over the next few slides, I'm going to take you through the general requirements exposure draft. As Sue had mentioned, the general requirements exposure draft requires a company to provide material information on all significant sustainability related risks and opportunities necessary to assess enterprise value. Next slide, please. Information provided must enable the assessment of the effects of sustainability related risks and opportunities on a company's enterprise value, which is the market value of its equity and net debt. It focuses on significant sustainability related risks and opportunities and requires information that is material for a company that could reasonably be expected to influence the decisions that investors would make when assessing enterprise value. Next slide, please. As Sue had mentioned earlier, we very much build upon existing work, and the proposed general requirements sets out the core content, which is consistent with TCFD recommendations. And those four core contents are as follows: governance, strategy, risk management, metrics and targets. The governance sets out the governance processes, controls and procedures a reporting entity uses to monitor sustainability related risks and opportunities. The strategy core content pillar details how an entity's strategy addresses significant sustainability related risks and opportunities. And then the risk management details how sustainability related risks are identified, assessed, managed and mitigated. And the metrics and targets details information used to manage and monitor the entity's performance in relation to sustainability related risks and opportunities. Next slide, please. As Sue had mentioned, the IFRS Foundation was informed by its market engagement to build upon existing pieces of work rather than starting from a blank piece of paper. And the exposure draft very much illustrates this. So it builds upon the Climate Disclosure Standards Board and SASB. And the general requirement does this as follows. So within the actual the exposure draft, it signposts to both of these bodies pieces of work, and it uses illustrative guidance booklet to illustrate the use of CDSB materials and SASB materials in lieu of a IFRS standard on water, biodiversity or social matters, for example. The general requirements also builds upon the connected information and location of information built from CDSB's framework guiding principles, and uses SASB as a and its classification system to support preparers on this journey. Next step, please. Next slide, please. Building upon the last slide, the general requirements proposed standard supports an entity in identifying sustainability related risks and opportunities and disclosures. Here, within the actual general requirements standard, a company would be required to disclose material information about all significant sustainability related risks and opportunities. If a company deemed climate to be a significant sustainability risk or opportunity, a company would apply the relevant IFRS sustainability disclosure standard to identify relevant disclosures. In lieu of a standard, of of a specific IFRS sustainability disclosure standards. When identifying sustainability related risks and opportunities and disclosures, an entity could consider the SASB standards, so the industry-based disclosure topics identified in the SASB standards, the CDSB framework and its associated CDSB application guidance on social, water and biodiversity related disclosures, other standards, provided that they are designed to meet the information needs of investors and other sources, so practices per peer companies in the same industry or geographies. As mentioned in the previous slide, we have developed an illustrative guidance booklet to illustrate how a company could use SASB standards and the CDSB framework application guidance. And this is to really encourage companies to act now in lieu of a specific IFRS sustainability disclosure standard. Next slide, please. Location. The sustainability related financial information will be required to be part of a company's general purpose financial reporting, but can be provided in various ways. So for those who are not aware, the general purpose financial reporting forms the same package of reporting that is targeted to investors and other providers of financial capital. So it encompasses, but is not restricted to, an entity's financial statements and sustainability related financial disclosures. It does not prescribe a specific location within the general purpose financial statements, so as to allow for jurisdictional nuances. The proposals allow for information required by an IFRS sustainability disclosure standard to be disclosed with information to meet other requirements, and it encourages the unnecessary duplication of common items. Next slide, please. Sustainability-related financial disclosures will be required to be published at the same time as financial statements. The proposals do not mandate which entities will be required to disclose interim sustainability-related financial information. However, jurisdictions may require an entity to publish interim reports. Next slide, please. Sustainability-related financial disclosures shall be the same for the reporting entity as the general purpose financial statements. For example, if an entity is a group, the consolidated financial statements would be the parent and its subsidiaries, enabling investors to assess the enterprise value of the parent and its subsidiaries. The proposals note that enterprise value is, however, affected by factors such as sustainability-related risks and opportunities arising from an entity's value chain and from investments in other entities that are not part of the consolidated group. The proposals require the disclosures of financial statements to which the sustainability-related financial disclosures relate with the same presentation currency as the financial statements. This is to encourage connectivity between both of these pieces of information, which I'll get onto in a moment. Next slide, please. Sustainability-related risks and opportunities across the value chain. The proposed standard requires disclosure of material information about sustainability-related risks and opportunities across its value chain. For example, the full range of activities, resources, and relationships related to an entity's reporting entity's business model and the external environment in which it operates. So this is operations with the company's within the company's operations, along a company's supply, marketing and distribution channels, and the financing, geographical and geopolitical and regulatory environments. A company would be required to use management in identifying material information related to activities, interactions and relationships, and the use of resources across its value chain, determining whether it is relevant in assessing enterprise value by the investor. Next slide, please. It is proposed that companies provide information that allows investors to assess the connections between different sustainability-related risks and opportunities, and between sustainability-related financial information and information in the financial statements. When financial data and assumptions are used in sustainability-related financial disclosures, they shall be consistent with the corresponding information provided in the financial statements. And within the actual general requirements proposed standard, we provide some examples on what we mean by connected information. Next slide, please. The Foundation does not have a separate conceptual framework that applies directly to sustainability-related financial information. The proposals in the exposure draft include guidance on the qualitative characteristics of useful sustainability-related financial information, as set out in Appendix C of the proposed standard. This guidance is an integral part of the proposals. The characteristics are adopted from the conceptual framework for financial reporting issued by the IASB and are intended to ensure all reporting within the general purpose financial reporting, which includes but not limited to sustainability-related financial disclosures and financial statements, are decision useful for users and consistent too. It is also included to provide information to assist entities in the preparation of sustainability-related financial information. Next slide, please. As I've mentioned earlier, we have developed illustrative guidance in the form of a booklet, and the exposure draft includes sheds some further light on this. This illustrates how to assess materiality and how to identify sustainability-related risks and opportunities and disclosures in the absence of a specific IFRS requirements. This guidance is illustrative and not mandatory, and very much is there to support companies on this journey. So that's the end of the general requirements. I'm now going to move into the climate exposure draft now. So next slide, please. Next slide, please. As my colleague Sue had mentioned, the climate exposure draft requires for the disclosure of material information about significant climate-related risks and opportunities. It incorporates the TCFD recommendations. Specifically, just like the general requirements, it looks at climate-related disclosures in relation to governance, strategy, risk management, and metrics and targets. It also incorporates specific cross-industry disclosures that builds on the TCFD cross-industry metrics that the TCFD had consulted upon, and other available guidance from TCFD, such as its transition plan disclosures. The SASB climate-related industry-based requirements do form part of the exposure draft, included in Appendix B. Next slide, please. It also requires information that enables investors to determine the effects of climate-related risks and opportunities on the company's enterprise value, understand the company's response to and the strategy for managing the climate-related risks and opportunities, evaluate the ability of the company to adapt its planning, business model, and operations to climate-related risks and opportunities. And it is also consistent with the general requirements exposure draft, which I've taken you through. Next slide, please. So for the next few slides, I'm just going to go into some more detail around the governance, risk management, strategy, and metrics and targets. So this slide focuses on the governance. So the proposed standard will require the disclosure of information about the governance processes, controls, and procedures the company uses to monitor and manage climate-related risks and opportunities. The company would be required to disclose a description of the governance body, such as a board or committee, with the oversight of climate-related risks and opportunities. Further details can be found within the actual exposure draft, but as mentioned a moment ago, it very much is consistent and builds upon the TCFD. Next slide, please. The next few slides, I'm just going to focus on strategy. There are quite a few slides on this. It's a very important facet of the proposed climate standard. The exposure draft strategy disclosure requirements includes 5 key areas that a company would be required to disclose information about. The significant climate-related risks and opportunities, that is, that it reasonably expects could affect the business model, strategy and cash flows, its access to finance and the cost of capital over the short, medium and long term. The effects of significant climate-related risks and opportunities on its business model and value chain. The effects of climate-related risks and opportunities on its strategy and decision-making, including its transition plans, as well as on its financial position, financial performance and cash flows, and how climate-related risks and opportunities are included in the entity's financial planning. And finally, the climate resilience of its strategy, including its business model to significant physical risks and significant transition risks. Next slide, please. The proposed standard would require companies to disclose information about how climate change could reasonably be expected to affect their business model, strategy and cash flows, their access to finance and cost of capital over the short, medium and long term. A particular line of the company's business might be harmful to a company's reputation and could limit its ability to access financing. Here, a company would be required to identify physical risks and transition risks. Next slide, please. An entity shall disclose information that enables users of general purpose financial reporting to understand its assessment of current and anticipated effects of significant climate-related risks and opportunities on its business model. Specifically, an entity would disclose a description of the current and anticipated effects of climate-related risks and opportunities on its value chain, and a description of whether its value chain significant climate-related risks and opportunities are concentrated. So, for example, the actual geographical areas, facilities, or types of assets, inputs, outputs, or distribution channels. Next slide, please. A company would be required to disclose its transition plans for responding to climate-related risks and opportunities. And this slide just details further examples of what we would be requiring an entity to disclose on this. Next slide, please. Also within the strategy section, an entity would disclose information with regards to its targets on these plans and the intended use of carbon offsets in achieving emission targets. And within the actual exposure draft, we go into some detail with regards to what an entity would disclose if they have been using carbon offsets to meet their emission targets. Next slide, please. A company would be required to disclose information on the effects of significant climate-related risks and opportunities on its financial position, financial performance, and cash flows for the reporting period, and the anticipated effects over the short, medium, and long term, including how climate-related risks and opportunities are included in the entity's financial planning. An entity shall disclose quantitative information unless it is unable to do so. If an entity is unable to provide quantitative information, it shall provide qualitative information. Next slide, please. The strategy section also goes into some detail around climate resilience. The proposal seeks to enable users to understand the resilience of the entity's strategy to climate-related related changes, developments, or uncertainties taken into consideration in entities identified significant climate-related risks and opportunities and related uncertainties. The entity shall use climate-related scenario analysis to assess its climate resilience unless it is unable to do so. If unable to do so, an entity shall explain why and use an alternative method or technique to assess its climate resilience. An entity's analysis of climate resilience must enable users to understand the implications for its strategy, the significant areas of uncertainty covered in the analysis, and the entity's capacity to adjust or adapt to its strategy or business model over the short, medium, and long term to climate developments. Next slide, please. The proposed requirements state that if an entity is unable to do climate-related scenario analysis, then it can use an alternative method or technique to assess its climate resilience. These alternative requirements propose getting as close as possible to scenario analysis while being practical and meeting the market where it is today. So that's the end of the strategy section. Next slide, please. I'm now going to take you through risk management. The risk management disclosures follow the structure of the general requirements exposure draft, requiring information about the processes a company is using to manage risks and leverage opportunities associated with climate. A company would be required to explain the extent to which and how climate-related risks and opportunity are identified, assessed and managed, and how they're integrated in the company's overall risk management. This therefore builds on the TCFD recommendations, but extends the remit of disclosure to reflect both the view that risks and opportunities can relate to or result from the same source of uncertainty, as well as the evolution of common practice in risk management, while increasingly includes the opportunities and processes for identification, assessment, prioritization, and response. Next slide, please. This slide goes into some details around the metrics and targets. The objective of the climate-related financial disclosures on metrics and targets is to enable users of general purpose financial reporting to understand how an entity measures, monitors, and manages its significant climate-related risks and opportunities. These disclosures shall enable users to understand how the entity assesses its performance, including progress towards the targets it has. We do this as follows. There are cross-industry metric categories which were developed by TCFD, and we have included them within the proposed exposure draft, and they are detailed here, from greenhouse gas emissions, scope 1, 2, and 3, all the way through to the remuneration, so the percentage of executive management remuneration recognised in the current period that is linked to climate-related considerations. We also build in, as Sue had mentioned, the industry-based requirements. So in preparing these disclosures, an entity shall consider whether industry-based metrics associated with the disclosure topic, in this case climate, could be used in whole or part to meet the requirements. So the metrics and targets, in conclusion, covers both cross-industry metrics as well as industry-based metrics. Next slide, please. As I mentioned in my previous slide, the proposed standard would require an entity to disclose its absolute gross scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions and emission intensity for each scope. As Sue had mentioned, this is always tied back to what is material to investors when assessing enterprise value. And Sue had articulated a good example of when this would be necessary. And we would look out for, and this is information which would allow an investor to assess enterprise value. And this slide just goes into some details as to what we're looking for from a scope 1, 2, and 3 perspective. Next slide, please. As Sue had mentioned, we have internationalized the applicability of some of the SASB industry-based metrics. Late last year, the Technical Readiness Working Group Climate Prototype, which was developed by IASB, CDSB, SASB, the World Economic Forum, TCFD, which was issued in November 2021, including 341 industry-based disclosure topics and associated performance metrics. And these were these came from the SASB standards. 11% of these metrics exhibited a regional bias that may inhibit application across jurisdictions. So during this period, and included within the actual climate exposure draft, is a revision to these metrics to internationalize them. And within this slide, you can detail what it was before and the actual proposed solution to internationalize 11% of these metrics. Next slide, please. In addition, we've also revised or included financed emissions. So no explicit GHG emissions disclosure topic and metrics and targets exist in the SASB's financial sector industries, despite the need for industry-based disclosure. We've looked to actually address this by including financed emissions. So the proposal within the actual climate exposure draft includes transition risks in 4 out of 7 industries in the financial sector. And this slide just goes into slightly more detail as to what would be required by those by such entities within the finance sector. Next slide, please. This slide is very useful slide which provides an example of on the performance of a hypothetical company. So in this case, power company reported 45 million tons of CO2 for the year ended 2022. While the reduction of 40% from the prior year, this slightly exceeded the power company's 2022 target of 43 million tons of CO2 equivalent due to the lower wind speeds of the year. In 2019, the power company signed a commitment to act to limit the increase of global temperatures to 1.5 Celsius and to become net zero across its entire value chain by 2050. Despite the 22 performance falling slightly short of the targeted emissions, the power company is still on track to meet its 2050 target, which is consistent with the Paris Agreement. Although the power company's direct and indirect emissions are not currently subject to the carbon pricing regulations, the company anticipates such regulations may emerge over the medium and long term. And this example is hopefully helpful for entities in detailing what a potential disclosure would look like when it came to metrics and targets. So this is the end of the my climate walkthrough, and hopefully you found it helpful. Next slide, please. Over the next few slides, I'm going to take you through the next steps, building upon what my colleague Sue had mentioned earlier. Next slide, please. As mentioned, we are running a 120-day consultation period, and over this period, we're going to be rolling out various different communication materials to support you in your engagement on this exercise. So there are two exposure drafts out. One is to do the general requirements exposure draft and the climate exposure draft. The general requirements covers a draft standard, a basis for conclusions, and an illustrative guidance booklet. And the same is applicable for the climate standard, where there's a slight nuance to the climate standard in that Appendix B includes the industry-based disclosure requirements. To complement these two exposure drafts, there are other materials as well. So a press release, a snapshot, a video, a comparison with the climate exposure draft and the TCFD recommendations. So really useful for those who have already embarked on disclosing TCFD disclosures, and a comparison between the technical readiness working group prototypes, which were released late last year, and the actual exposure drafts. I would suggest that a nice entry point is to actually pick up the snapshot, which provides a very high level summary of both of the exposure drafts before entering the exposure drafts themselves. Next slide, please. A call to action. So we're really eager to actually hear from you, your important stakeholders, and your feedback via the actual consultation process will allow us to actually embed some of your thoughts into the actual exposure drafts. So we really encourage you to actually engage with us on this process and respond to the ISSB's consultation and building capacity to engage in the ISSB's development of standards on an ongoing basis. Engage with relevant jurisdictional consultations where necessary, and sign up to our alerts. And there's a hyperlink here to allow you to do that. Next slide, please. So as Sue had mentioned, there are two ways in which you can interact with us and provide comments on the exposure drafts. So via online survey or comment letter. Both ask the same questions, so you just choose one which meets your needs, and we'll be reviewing your comments following the closure of the comment period on the 29th of July. Next slide, please. Here's a bit of a timeline on where we are and where we're going to. So on the 31st of March this year, we released those exposure drafts, so the general requirements and the climate and the proposed climate standard. And between April and July, there is a consultation. This is the consultation period, and us reaching out to yourselves and other international bodies. The consultation closes on the 29th of July, and I really do encourage you all to interact in this process. And between August and December, the ISSB will be reviewing the consultation feedback and doing an appropriate analysis. Off the back of that, there will be ISSB deliberations, and we will refine and finalize the standards based upon the consultation feedback analysis and those deliberations. And our intention is to issue standards by the end of this year, but this is really dependent upon feedback from the consultation. Next slide, please. As Sue had mentioned, there will be other technical priorities this year, such as the development of a taxonomy to facilitate electronic tagging and the presentation of disclosures. As mentioned, we will be consolidating the value reporting foundation by June of this year, and we will be improving the international applicability of the SASB standards. By June of this year, we will assume responsibility for the SASB standards on consolidation of the VRF. And our work plan going forward is for public consultation on the future agenda. So including sustainability related risks and opportunities, the ISSB should prioritise, and a delivery plan for the current SASB standards projects. So this is another opportunity for you to actually guide the ISSB's future work plan going forward, and I encourage you, when we release that future agenda consultation, to engage in that. And this is the next slide, please. And this is the final slide. So these are the various different ways in which you can interact with us, in addition to the actual comment letter itself. So my suggestion to yourself is to actually sign up to the IFRS newsletter. And if you're particularly interested in sustainability, just click sustainability and you'll be inundated on what we've been up to on a weekly basis. And there are various other means to actually learn about what we're up to as well, either via LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, or YouTube. So that's the end of my presentation. I hope you found this very useful. We're here to help, so do reach out. And now back over to yourself, Monica. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you, Rafi, for that excellent sharing. Ladies and gentlemen, our panel discussion for today will be discussing the topic of optimizing sustainability governance through a single set of high-quality global sustainability reporting standards. This session is aimed to get more information about the exposure draft related to climate and general disclosure requirements, and update on sustainability assurance, and to obtain investor and regulators' perception on those topics as well. Before we start this session, I would like to inform you that all of the participants, not only to those of you who join via Zoom, but also via YouTube, are entitled to get up to 4 CPD hours that you will need to join our survey. The link we will share at the end of this program, so please stay tuned. Now, I would like to invite not only one, but 2 moderators to host this session, Ibu Elvia Shauki and Bapak Ari Pratama. But before, let me read you a brief bio of Ibu Elvia Shauki and Bapak Ari Pratama. Elvia Shauki is the member of Indonesian Financial Accounting Standard Board, or DSAKIAI. She is also the member of Task Force for Comprehensive Corporate Reporting IAI. Elvia is a senior lecturer in Universitas Indonesia and also a lecturer in University of South Australia Business and University of South Australia. Before becoming a full-time lecturer, she worked in the banking industry for almost 22 years. The next one is Bapak Ari Pratama, is the member of implementation team of Financial Accounting Standard, or TISAK-IAI. He is also the member of Task Force for Comprehensive Corporate Reporting IAI. Ari is a lecturer in Universitas Padjadjaran and also a manager of research, innovation, and partnership at Universitas Padjadjaran, and also an accounting consultant for various state-owned enterprises, corporation, company, and other institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, now I will invite Ibu Elvia Shauki and Bapak Ari Pratama to host the session.
Thank you, Monica. Good afternoon, good morning, and good evening to all of you participants of the B20 side event Task Force Integrity and Compliance organized by the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountant IAI, B20 and the International Federations of Accountants IFAC with the title of Optimizing Sustainability Governance Through a Single Set of High Quality Global Sustainability Reporting Standards. Assalamualaikum, salam sejahtera, and salam sehat for everyone who is listening either through YouTube channel or either through the Zoom link. I would like to read the short bio of our 6 distinguished panelists. Let me start with our first panelist of Raffi Abewardana. So these are the short bio of our 6 panelists. Raffi Abewardana is a qualified chartered accounting with ICAEW. He is the technical director at the Climate Disclosure Standards Board, CDSB, as you might know. As a member of the Technical Readiness Working Group, he is closely involved in the establishments of the ISSB, which is aimed at accelerating the convergence of global sustainability standards. Our second panelist, we do have our distinguished panelist, Ibu Agus Saptarina. Ibu Agus Saptarina is the Director of Accounting Standards and Governance of Indonesia Financial Services Authority, or known as OJK. Previously, Ibu Rina, as what we know, was a Chief Executive of Securities Institution Supervision. The third distinguished panelist is Pak Sebastian Tobing. Pak Sebastian Tobing is a head of research of BNP Paribas Asset Management. He has many experiences as a research analyst from various different securities companies. Our fourth distinguished panelist is Ibu Rosita Ulisinaga. Ibu Rosita is a financial service industry leader in Indonesia from Deloitte, SEA, KAP, Imelda, and Rekan with experience more than 26 years. She's a consultant and a public accountant. She's also the chair for the Task Force for the Comprehensive Corporate Reporting, the Institute of the IAI, and a member of the IAI National Council Board. Our fifth panelist, distinguished panelist, is Isabel Trek-Sengesians. Isabel Trek-Sengesians is a member of IAASB since 2018. She was previously appointed as a technical advisor to the IAASB between 2009 and 2014. She's also a member of IAASB Task Force in the period between 2015 and 2017. She's also an audit partner at Ernst & Young in France with 27 years of experience in auditing and works for a variety of clients. Our last distinguished panelist is Ibu Ningsih, what we know, or Ibu Kusuma Ningsih Angkawijaya. Ibu Ningsih is a partner at KPMG Indonesia. She has managed more than 25 years of experience in auditing clients in financial services. She's also a council member of the Indonesian public accountant. Okay, so this is what we are going to have for the engagement of discussions. That I would like to raise a few questions to the panelists, and then after the panelists addressed the questions, we would like to ask the audience through Zoom link or through the YouTube channel to answer our short survey, our live poll questions, to have the idea on what you think, on what your perceptions are. Okay, so I would like to ask the first questions to ISSB, and this is going to be addressed to Raffi. Raffi, can I read the 3 questions, or do you want me to read one by one, Raffi?
One by one would be great, please.
Okay, yes, but I do know that our time is so limited, so I would like to give you each answers just 2 minutes, okay? Is that all right, Raffi?
That's perfect.
That's okay. The first questions is about what is the reasons that ISSB is operating under the governance structure of IFRS foundations together with the IASB. How is this arrangements between the two boards going to happen? That's my first question, Rafi. Screen is yours.
Perfect. Thanks ever so much. So a great question. And I think it's really important to be clear that that investors and regulators have called upon the IFRS Foundation to build upon, the market-led initiatives, so TCFD, SASB, the Climate Disclosure Standards Boards, and others, and to use its expertise in creating accounting standards used in more than 140 jurisdictions, and to bring globally comparable reporting on sustainability matters to the financial markets. As both Kevin Dancy and Sue, as well as Professor Mardi Darren had mentioned, there is inconsistency with regards to sustainability related financial information. And therefore, it's quite difficult for investors to actually compare such information from an entity. So the trustees, off the back of that market engagement, created the ISSB based upon the feedback received in their two public consultations. So the trustee consultation on sustainability related reporting and the amendments to the IFRS Foundation's constitution to accommodate the ISSB. I think you also, within your question, raise the importance of how the IASB and the ISSB will interact. And this goes back to connectivity. So the ISSB will sit alongside and work very closely in collaboration with IASB. And this is to ensure that there's compatibility between the accounting standards and the sustainability related financial disclosures, so that the information which is reported by an entity within the general purpose financial reporting is clear and consistent. So they very much complement one another. And also the IASB and the ISSB will coordinate their work to ensure that their standards are compatible and complementary. So this is, hopefully that addresses your question.
It's quite clear. It's quite clear, Rafi. And I come to the second questions. So based on the exposure draft, IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards, that was the one that you have explained quite clearly just now. The sustainability-related financial information must be for the same reporting entity as the financial statement and published as part of each GPFR, General Purpose Financial Reporting. What does it mean by this one, Rafi? So screen is yours, Rafi.
Yeah, thanks ever so much. So the objective of the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards is to provide sustainability-related financial information that is useful to primary users. And primary users is exactly the same as the IASB's interpretation of primary users, so investors, of general purpose financial reporting. So when an investor picks up a general purpose financial reporting, they're able to assess the enterprise value of an entity by looking at the, an entity, reported entity's financial statements and sustainability related financial information. And it's all to do with the reported entity. So it's clear and consistent information to the investor, and they don't need to go about and, piece together different pieces of information. As I mentioned in my talk a moment ago, the general purpose financial reporting includes, but is not limited to, an entity's financial statements, as well as sustainability related financial disclosures. And that's, for example, as I mentioned, it can include a group, the consolidated financial statements, which would comprise of a parent company and subsidiaries. So hopefully that's that's helpful.
It is indeed. It addressed the questions, Rafi. My last questions. Everyone is anxiously waiting for to get the answers of this one. So what is really the ISSB plan after the climate first approach, not the climate only approach? Thank you, Rafi.
Yeah, of course. So it's important to stress that respondees to the trustee consultation broadly agreed that the ISSB should start with climate change in its standard setting, while emphasizing that climate should not be the sole focus. And within the actual general requirements, we really stress that. And you can, if you take a look at the actual exposure drafts, we very much encourage an entity to, you know, think broadly about all sustainability risks and opportunities that an entity could be exposed to. So I once worked as a financial controller within the actual agri-commodity sector, and there are various different sustainability related risks and opportunities beyond climate, such as water scarcity, child labour issues. So what we're encouraging an entity to do is to look broadly, and we do that by supporting them on this journey, by signposting them to illustrative guidance. So use the SASB standards for details on potentially relevant, significant sustainability risks and opportunities for your sector. Or if you know that social, water, or biodiversity is a significant sustainability risk or opportunity to your entity, use the CDSB framework and application guidance to help you disclose that information to your investors. So hopefully that's a helpful steer, you know, in the plan, you know, on why we took a climate first approach. And then after, I just want to stress that later on this year, we will be having a consultation on the standard setting priorities for the ISSB. So building upon the general requirements and climate disclosure, what do our stakeholders want from us to, you know, going forward, going beyond climate? So what standards do you want us to you know, to work on and develop for yourself? So yeah, a bit of a signposting exercise for yourself on what we're up to for 2022.
Thank you. That is an excellent addressing the questions. But you know, believe me, I do have a long list of questions, Rafi, but our time is so limited. So thank you so much for your response and for your replies on these 3 questions. I would like to move to another panelist, please. But before I move to the other panelists, distinguished participants, we hereby would like to raise few live polling questions that you need to answer. These live poll questions can be accessed either from Zoom or from YouTube channel. It's a live questions that you will get the results instantly. Participants who watch via YouTube can participate in the poll via the Google form, which is informed to you via the YouTube description box. So we do have 3 questions like seen in the screen. So can you please address these questions, please? Okay. Just wait for 1 second. Yes. Can we really stop? That's okay. Thank you. We got 339 responses. And can you highlight the answers? Someone can help me for the answers? Or otherwise I can read the response from the audience that we got from 339 responses. So 9% said strongly disagree, 7% said disagree, undecided 9%, agree 58%, and strongly agree 16%. Thank you so much for the responses for everyone who has participated. So, and then I move to the second polling, please. Oh, we do have second questions. I missed it. Thank you. So, audience, I do have second questions with regard to the development of sustainability disclosure standards, which should be aligned with the financial accounting standard. Okay. Okay, I need to stop. However, I have no access to get the answers. Is it possible to answer the results? Yes. Okay, thank you so much. So for the second questions, similar to the first one, we receive strongly disagree 4%, disagree 3%, and then undecided of 4%, agree 64%, and strongly agree for 26%. So that is a great response out of 446 respondents. Thank you so much. And then we will move to the second panelist, please. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, I would like to have Ibu Agus Saptarina as the second panelist, and I would like to raise questions to Ibu Rina. That's what we call. Can I call you Ibu Rina? Is that all right, Ibu Rina?
It's okay, Ibu. Thank you.
Okay, I do have two questions to Ibu Rina. So, you know, with the introductions of the exposure draft of what Rafi has explained earlier on 31st of March 2020, and also with the applications enforcement of our POJK 51 as well as on SAOJK 16/2021. Okay, so our questions are, so that's the first questions. I believe you want me to read one by one, or do you want me to read all the two together, Ibu Rina?
I prefer you can deliver both of them. Thank you.
Both of them. That's great. Okay, so the first questions, Ibu Rina. In the current regulations of POJK 51/2017 and SAOJK on number 16/2021, what are the main objective and what kind of informations do you expect to be disclosed? And the second one, based on the IFRS, the exposure draft IFRS sustainability disclosure standard, the one that Rafi has explained quite clearly, the sustainability related financial informations or disclosures must be for the same reporting entity as the financial statement and published as part of each general financial reporting. So as a regulator, what is the OJK response to this exposure draft? That's the two questions of us. Screen is yours, Ibu Rina.
Thank you, Avelia, and also thank you for warm introduction before. Before I answer both questions, I would like to explain about our OJK initiative concerning about the financial sustainability finance here. As you know that we have already produced roadmap of sustainability finance in Indonesia phase 1, 2015 and 2019 that had focused on the basic regulatory framework and reporting system. And the second one is about the roadmap for sustainability finance in Indonesia, phase 2, 2021 to 2025. This is the second roadmap is attempt to develop the environment, the sustainability environment like this one. To answer the first question, I would like to explain that based on OJK Regulation Number 51, 2017, the regulated parties in OJK are required to implement sustainability finance as a cooperative comprehensive support from the financial services sector to create sustainability economic growth by harmonizing economy, social, and environmental interests. The implementation of the sustainability finance in our role are obligated by the profession regarding first preparing and implementing a sustainability finance action plan for financial service institution, and the second one is providing and reporting a sustainability report, and the third one is allocating a portion of the corporate environment sustainability social responsibility fund, generally known as the GSL fund in Bahasa, to support activity related to the implementation of sustainability finance. Regarding the second obligation concerning sustainability report, the regulation has criteria or indicator as the content of information that should be provided in sustainability report. Moreover, for helping issuer and public companies to meet requirement, OJK also issued the guidelines for the preparation of SR, which included in OJK Circulator or SAOJK number 16/2021, as you mentioned before, regarding annual report of issuer and public company. The circulator also stipulates that sustainability report is an inseparable part of the annual report, but it also can be provided separately from the annual report. For your information, actually there are similar guidelines but unregulated that have been prepared by OJK to help firms such as a bank, securities company, and asset management company for implementing OJK 51. Including to prepare or provide sustainability report. Sustainability report framework, both POJK 51 and also SAOJK 16, has adopted several international standard framework such as GRI and TCFD. For example, the disclosure of concept of sustainability strategy and management and sustainability governance integration are adopted from the TCFD concept. Moreover, related to the contents of the sustainability report, it has been adopting the three bottom line concept of GRI, which are economy, social, and environmental performance disclosure. In addition, POJK 51 and also SAOJK 16 mostly regulates the main information that must be described by the company in the sustainability report. The policy regulated are principle-based, so that the company can present technically relevant information tailored to the needs of investor or other stakeholder. For example, in sustainability reporting, companies are required to disclose information about emission. To fulfill this obligation, the company can refer to several metrics provided by international standards. For example, TCFD, SASB, and GRI. And also to improve quality of report and to increase public trust, POJK 51 and SAOJK 16 also encourage the company to use the external independent verifier or assurer to do a verification or assurance of sustainability report. Then I will expand the answer of the second question. In order to develop sustainability financial ecosystem, as well as to support for OJK commitment to climate change adaptation and mitigation, aligned with Paris Agreement goals that started to NDC document, OJK support the ISSB initiative to establish standards for sustainability financial reporting or sustainability reports for issuer and public company and financial institution. Considering the differences and diverse sustainability standard, it might be the obstacle for investor and stakeholder to assess the implementation of sustainability finance. OJK support the implementation of international standards, including when IFRS sustainability disclosure standard has been issued. Through POJK 51 and SAOJK 16, particular for issuer and public company, implementation of international standards such as IFRS sustainability disclosure standard has been accommodated by existing framework in the regulation as I explained before. However, regarding the exposure draft IFRS sustainability disclosure standard, I hold the view that we have some concern to be discussed further. First, for the standard adoption, we have to make sure whether IFRS sustainability standard should be fully adopted by Indonesia and other jurisdictions, or it can be adjusted like adoption of IFRS accounting standard in Indonesia on PSAK. The second one is about the, according to exposure draft of climate-related disclosure, we see that it proposes an entity to require to disclose information that enables issuer of general purpose financial reporting to understand governance disclosure, climate risk and opportunity, transition plan, and so on. Regarding to this, we need to know more about the format framework of general purposes of financial statement here, whether is it similar to annual report or not. And the third one, as we know that financial reporting general purpose provide the information of financial position and the operational results and on the end of the certain book year, it shows the historic data. While sustainability report not only contains the historical event or activity, but also contains target or the entity's next plan. So the difference on the data may be an issue. Based on our experience in formatting the regulation of financial statement general purpose and disclosure, we consider to avoid misleading information, especially information of pro forma info or the information about the future result. Besides that, regarding this report, we also concern how to keep the integrity of financial statement general purpose itself. That's all about our response regarding the exposure draft of IFRS sustainability disclosure standard. Hopefully, it could give an additional input on the draft. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Rina. That was excellent. Clarify some of our doubts, our questions in our mind. Thank you, Ibu Rina. Much appreciated. So I would like to ask help assistance to raise for the live poll questions, please. Okay, so distinguished attendees, we do have the third live poll questions. Would you like to respond to these live poll questions, please? Okay, very good. Yes. I'll wait until we get more responses. That's great. I will stop until 400. Yes, can we stop? Thank you. Okay. Can we stop? Yes, thank you. So we got a response, a total response of 419, and 80% say that one sustainability report is enough, and that consists of the ISSB extended ISSB report and the extended local regulations instead of the total sustainability report. So the rest, 20%, answer the second questions. I would like to pass on to Pak Ari Pratama as our second moderator. Screen is yours, Pak Ari.
Thank you very much, Bu Elvia, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all ladies and gentlemen, all participants of this webinar. This is a very great opportunity for me, and of course, we are still having another great presenter and also speakers for today's webinar. And now I will move to the next speaker. So we now have the next speaker, the chair of the Task Force Comprehensive Corporate Reporting of Indonesian Institute of Accountant. And we have now with here, Ibu Rosita Ulisinaga. Good afternoon, Bu Rosita Ulisinaga.
Good afternoon, Pak Ari.
Okay, I hope you are well. So, as chair of the Task Force of Comprehensive Corporate Reporting of IAI, there are several questions. Basically, we need to introduce ourselves to the public. So we have 3 questions. Do you like me to read all the questions, or do you want to answer it one by one?
I prefer to do it one by one, Pak Ari.
Okay, one by one. Okay, there are 3 questions. I will read the first question. So after we hear the presentation from ISSB and also from OJK, so what is IAI response to the ISSB initiatives? The establishment of ISSB, the publication of IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standards, and etc.
Okay, thank you, Pak Ari. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, good. So I think the first and foremost, IAI fully support the establishment of the ISSB. And based on what we heard today from ISSB, we recognize how the ISSB initiative are significantly different to existing sustainability disclosure framework that we usually use, because this new ISSB standard aims to ensure 1, compatibility, and 2, interconnectedness of sustainability disclosure with financial reporting that meets the needs of the capital market. And the interconnectedness between sustainability-related financial information in financial reporting is the main reason why it is very important for the accounting profession to take lead, Pak Ari. We have heard this from Sue and Rafi, that it has highlighted in the exposure draft IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard that a lot of requirements are actually compatible and connected with financial reporting standard under IFRS, which Indonesia is actually adopted IFRS, right? So some of them, if you watch Rafi presentation, is definition of reporting entity is aligned with the financial reporting. Interim reporting is actually aligned. Qualitative characteristic of useful information is 100% aligned. Even the presentation of currency is aligned. So therefore, I think it is very important for IAI as the accounting profession to take lead this. And the establishment of the ISSB under the IFRS Foundation governance structure together with the ISB is the right step taken towards creating a strong linkage between financial and sustainability related information. And you also heard from Pak Mardiasmo, right? With the current mandates given to IAI as the financial reporting standard set in Indonesia, IAI or IAI and the accountancy profession is taking lead in bringing this initiative to Indonesia. And in December 2020, we took the important first step to establish IAI task force on comprehensive corporate reporting. This is multi-stakeholders task force, comprises of representative of relevant regulators, preparers, and also professional accounting organization. And as previously mentioned by Professor Mardiasmo in his address, to take our initiative to the next step, IAI is planning to revise our article of association in the next Congress to accommodate the establishment of Sustainability Standard Board parallel to the existing Indonesian Financial Reporting Standard Board. This is subject to our Congress approval, of course. This is, of course, mirroring to what the IFRS Foundation has done to accommodate the establishment of the ISSB as an equal to the ISB. That's my response to the first question, Pak Ari.
Thank you very much, Bu Rosita. This is a very clear response. So if I want to take a point, so the first point is IAI fully supported the establishment IWSB, and also we already hear from Bu Rosita, there are various big plans ahead to support the establishment of the sustainability reporting in the accounting profession. Now, we already learned about the e-action. Now we want to know more about the accounting profession itself. So my second question is, what are the roles of accounting professions in response to the IWSB initiatives?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Pak Ari. I think we heard from Pak Mardiasmo. We also heard from the IFAC president, right? It is absolutely crucial for the accounting profession to take lead in the ISSB initiative. The aspiration to establish a strong linkage between the ISSB standard and existing financial reporting standard would require the expertise and also the competency that I believe our profession have built into our understanding of financial reporting. And in addition to that, professional accountants are equipped with the right skill set to bridge the financial and sustainability related information. I think now is kind of two reports, right? Which is not connected each other. But now, because this is interconnected and compatible, we need to merge these two reports into one integrated report, right? Therefore, the understanding of a company business model, risks and opportunities, system and processes, with knowledge of sustainability factor and the ability to collaborate with multidisciplinary experts is actually our expertise as accountant. Furthermore, professional accountants usually are at the center of information flows, are at the center of the decision making. This is uniquely position ourselves to capture, to analyze, to report, and to give assurance of the sustainability information together with financial information. In addition to that, because this report need to be supported by a strong corporate governance, our profession as accountant also has the skill set to drive this strong corporate governance, Pak Ari. So with those kind of expertise, I think it is the right moment for us as accountant to be taking the role on this initiative.
Thank you very much. That's an excellent answer, Bu Rosita. So I also took your point about whether we must understand not only financial accounting, not only financial reporting, but also we need to understand now more about the sustainability reporting, because in the future, we not just combine the information, but we will integrate the information of sustainability perspective to the financial reporting. So I think this is a new challenges for us, the accountant. But my final questions will be how the Indonesia should respond to the IWSB initiative. So what do you think our response should be?
Yes. Under Italy's presidency in 2021, the G20 leaders have recognized the work program of the IFRS Foundation to develop a baseline global reporting standard under robust governance and public oversight. Collectively, we must build on this and strengthen our commitment from recognition in 2021 to encouragement for members of G20 to lead by example and support the ESSB initiative. And as a member of G20, Indonesia must proactively involve in the ESSB standard setting process, not only just follow, but lead and involve proactively. Indonesia must leverage on our exposure, strategic position, and increasingly important role, especially with the 2022 G20 presidency, to take real and impactful action toward contributing to the ISSB initiative and building our own Indonesia sustainability reporting ecosystem, Pak Ari. I would strongly suggest for Indonesia to consider taking an active role in the ISSB standard setting process, for example, through membership with the Sustainability Standard Advisory Forum of the IFRS Foundation. The time for Indonesia to act is now, Pak Ari, and IAI, together with all the accounting profession in Indonesia, is ready to play our parts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Rosita. So I already understand the optimistic tone coming from Task Force of Comprehensive Corporate Reporting, EAI. So there are many big plans. We need to take active roles. And 2022, Indonesia is the president of the G20. I think the time is now for us to take action. Okay, so that's a very clear message from Bu Rosita. Thank you very much, Bu Rosita, for your time and also for your answer. And before we move to the next speaker, as usual, there will be a live polling for all the attendants here. And so based on the previous answer, do you agree that our National Accounting Standard Board need to be broadened to include the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard? So you can answer the question now. Okay. The numbers now reach around 15–16%. I will wait just a moment until get at least 40 or 50% of all the participants. The time is very limited, so we are very sorry. We are apologize because we cannot wait all the participants to answer. Okay. So, okay, I think it's already 40 seconds, so we can end the poll now. And we can end the poll and then we can share the result now. So as you can see, 85%, yeah, 70% say it's agree, 15% said strongly agree. So 85% of all the participants or all the participants in the polling agree that the national standard should be broadened. Okay, so I think that's the polling questions for the polling number 4. And we still have another polling questions. Okay, we are now moving to the live polling questions number 5. Okay, so after the questions number 5, okay, there are another questions. So the exposure draft of IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard responds to call from primary users, investor, lenders, and accreditors of general purpose financial reporting for more consistent, complete, comparable, and verifiable sustainability-related financial information to help them thus an entity and price value. Does it bring more value to your needs? So do you agree with this statement or not? Okay, so we are waiting now for your answer. Okay, there are lots of you who already participate. Thank you very much. I think it shows how enthusiastic we are in this event. Thank you very much once again. And we are very apologize that we cannot wait for all the participants to fill the form. So I think we need to stop right now. It's already 43%, so I think it's already representative. So we see now from the poll, as you can see on your screen, 75% say they agree with this statement. Even 12% of them strongly agree. So 87% strongly agree or agree with this statement. So I think this is another big leap for us. Okay, this is more enthusiastic and optimistic tone. I hope we can implement this sustainability reporting standard soon in our financial system. Like what Bu Rosita said, it's all about ecosystem. Okay, so I think that's the end of the polling session, and we need to move to another speaker. And for another speaker, the investor session, I think I will have to pass the moderator back to Bu Elvia. Bu Elvia, the moderator seat is now yours again.
Thank you, thank you, Pak Ari. So, Pak Sebastian, can you hear me, Pak Sebastian? Hello, Pak Sebastian? Yes.
Yeah. Loud and clear.
Yeah. Yes. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Pak Sebastian Tobing represents BNP Paribas Asset Management. Is a very important stakeholders, the users of the financial reporting as well as the sustainability related financial disclosures. So, Pak Sebastian, I do have two big lengthy questions to you. So do you want me to read one by one, or do you want me to read the two together?
Well, let's do one by one.
Let's do it one by one. Yeah. Okay, fine. So first one, considering there are various sustainability disclosure frameworks, as you might know, do you think the current information is sufficient enough for you for the benefit of investors in making decisions, i.e. decisions usefulness? Is this enough? If this is not enough, what is or are missing? Screen is yours, Pak Sebastian.
Okay. Well, now this is regarding the publicly listed companies in Indonesia, right? Yes. So, well, if in Indonesia, this whole ESG reporting is something that is still relatively new. Obviously, in BNP, we have always, I think ESG, we think is very important. So in the past several years, we have been very active in talking to companies and talking to them and how to improve their ESG reporting. Because simply that we need data, right? From a fund manager's perspective, with if it's only the company knows, let's say, how much carbon footprint we cannot, it's not the kind of thing that we can guesstimate. And actually, a lot of companies they have already tried to be socially responsible or environmentally friendly. It's just that they don't. Maybe a lot of them don't document this kind of things. So in terms of willingness to do ESG reporting, I think given that there's also some push from a lot of stakeholders, not just the fund managers, but also government and other stakeholders, that we start seeing this willingness from the companies to do ESG reporting. But it's just that a lot of them have just started, so they don't know yet. Some of them don't know yet how. Yeah. And we can see that if you just look at last year, there are about 700 companies listed in IDX, right? Of which maybe only about 50 companies that have done a comprehensive sustainability reporting, like a special report by itself, instead of just a few pages inside the annual report. So we have a long way to go. So there are 650 more companies that we would like to see more data from, and I'm sure that we will see progress, and that's what's important, right? To see continued progress in this regard. So yes, of course, at this point, what I would like to see is, as an investor, is one, more companies do more reporting on sustainability in terms of a more comprehensive reporting, and number two, in terms of standard, having a more standardized, because having a standardized sort of metrics of what or things that they need to report, that makes it easier for us as an investor and B, it also makes it easier for them, for the companies as well, right? And in that regard, having this SSB draft, that also helps. So yeah, I'm very happy to have this forum, and hopefully we. I'm sure this is a draft, right? I'm sure it will be refined further in the future. So this is a great start.
I believe preparers start to realizing that the value creations, so generating the enterprise value is there. This is why maybe if I can take from your speech just now, is that the gap or the missing information is getting lower and lower, is that right? But we still wait for another 650 to disclose fully about the sustainability activities. But do you think that the gaps is getting smaller? You think that because of the enterprise value that the realized?
Yeah, absolutely. And anyway, they a lot of them have done some of the things anyway, right? In terms of CSR, in terms of being environmentally more careful, watch how much electricity they use, how much paper they use, etc., etc. So it's a matter of documenting the whole things and then reporting them, right? And the good thing is that all the companies are being more aware of the importance of documenting and and reporting this sustainability. And from that point, I'm sure that they will improve their whole sustainability process, right? Because then they would know, okay, maybe I need to, well, if I compare to the other companies in my sector, well, I'm using a lot of paper apparently. Maybe they didn't realize that before, right? So I'm sure once they start reporting, and then they will improve a lot more.
Yeah. Okay, I thank you for that. That is really clear, Pak Sebastian. My second question is that with the exposure draft, IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard that Rafi has responded just now, so the response to call from primary users, i.e. investors, lenders, and other creditors of general purpose financial reporting for more consistent, more complete, more comparable, and verifiable of sustainability-related financial information to help them to assess the entity's enterprise value. Do you think, or does it bring to a more value the need of investors? I raised it earlier about that value creations. And do you believe that the value creations is getting larger and bigger, Pak Sebastian?
Well, I think if you look at on a top-down basis, right, if in terms of caring about ESG, the value creation is definitely there, right? We have, I think, historically, we've always looked at governance has always been important, even 50 years ago, right? And then socially responsible investing became more a trend, maybe somewhat in the 70s, 80s. I think the environmental factor maybe a bit more recent, actually, that maybe about the last 20 years or so, and then became ESG, right? Now, but what a lot of studies have discovered is that there is a relationship between all the E, S, and the G. So the company who on a daily basis try to care more about the environment in doing its business, in general, are also have better governance. And a company who cares more about the community where it operates, so being socially responsible, in general also have better governance. And being socially responsible, that increases the brand value because it may take time, but the customers, if it's a consumer company, the customers eventually would notice that. So we always believe that having good ESG for a company, that would increases its value over time. It would also increases its returns to shareholders over time, and return on equity as well. So we believe that they all go hand in hand, right? So it's a win-win situation when you look at ESG. Now, if you look at the ISB proposal, I think like what Rosita mentioned as well earlier, is that having something where it's compatible also with the locals and also the others standards that are going, that helps the companies a lot, and whichever makes it easier for the companies we think it's great, because that would help them, would make it encourage them to do the reporting and to do a more comprehensive sustainability reporting, which of course as investors, that's what we would like.
Great. That is really in line with the research conducted by many researchers. Apparently, even during the pandemic of COVID-19, those who produce ESG reporting or committed to disclose their activities in terms of sustainability activities, those who get more fundings even during the tough time of COVID-19. So, Pak Sebastian, really appreciate it for your response, for your explanations addressing our two questions. I would like to get someone to help me to show the polling live questions, please. Okay, so attendees, distinguished attendees. Okay, I would like to get more responses. 22%, 25 more, please. Okay, a bit more. I'm waiting for you then. Okay, we may stop now. Thank you. Yes, so great. We got 78% agree on the questions that the exposed draft of IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard responds to calls from what primary users, i.e., as you know, the investors, lenders, and other creditors of general purpose financial reporting. That is really a great response. Okay, thank you, Pak Sebastian, for your time. And I would like to move to the next presenter.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Pak Sebastian. So the next one, I would like to move it to, okay, so Ibu, the next one, I would like to move it to Pak Ari Pratama. Okay, is that right?
Okay, thank you very much, Bu Elvia. And we are now moving to the next speaker, and the next speaker is Mrs. Isabel Trengsengisen, member of IAASB and the IAASB Sustainability Assurance Consultative Group. Do you now with us?
Yes, hello everybody. And we spoke a lot of the sustainability reporting standards, but as we said that verifiability or auditability and trust are key, it is relevant now to cover also assurance standard and have an overview of where we are with the IAASB in working on these assurance standards. So I have a few slides, if we can show them. Great. So we can move to the next slide. So as it has been outlined already, there is an increasing demand for sustainability or ESG reporting. We had great testimonies from investors, but we know also that funding providers, regulators, NGOs are asking for more sustainability reporting. And the great move of the last years is that we are slightly moving from voluntary reporting to mandatory reporting with major jurisdictions that have just stepped up or introduced new requirements to report on ESG informations or aspects thereof. And with that, we have seen also a move towards mandatory assurance with recently, and you may have seen that, for example, in EU or also in the US, there are proposals for limited assurance and sustainability information, and with a step up to reasonable assurance at a later date. So what are we doing at the IAASB? Next slide, please. At the IAASB, I'm waiting for the slide. Yes, it's it. We need to do something. And so what is driving us on the need for IAASB action? We see now that multiple assurance standards do exist. IAASB has standards and guidance that can be used for assurance engagement on sustainability, ESG information, but there are also other standard setters who have also established other standards such as ISO or AA 1000. So therefore, as much as there is a risk of fragmentation in the reporting standards, which may somewhat be addressed with the ISSB and GRI, we see also a risk of fragmentation in the assurance space. And if we have this fragmentation, this would lead to confusions among users who may not realize or understand the difference between the various assurance frameworks. So we recognize this risk, and we also acknowledge the fact that not all assurance standards provide the same level of quality in assurance. So we are not starting from scratch. IAASB has already standards and guidance in place, but we understand that more needs to be done on these existing standards and guidance for these standards and guidance to be recognized as the reference international standard for assurance sustainability. And we have also identified that there are several challenges that are encountered in practice, and we need to deal also with these challenges in our standards. So to do that, we work actively to reduce the risk of fragmentations. We are very engaged with key stakeholders to reinforce the need for global assurance standards. So we work closely with European Commission, IOSCO, Financial Stability Board, CEAOB, IFIA, to name a few. And we have clearly indicated the IAASB commitment to take action in this space. So next slide, please. So what do we need to cover? We have heard a lot of voices, and we know that we need to encompass all sustainability topics. So we cannot focus only on E, S, or G, environmental, social, or governance. We need to cover them all. We also need, of course, to cover climate. We need to cover also all topics, strategy, controls, risk management. We need to cover all mechanisms of reporting. I saw there were a lot of questions regarding where the information is located. It can be in management report, it can be integrated report, it can be a separate sustainability report. So all this needs to be covered, and we need also to cover all reporting standards So IAASB will not focus on only on ISSB standard, but we need to cover also other reporting frameworks in order to meet the needs of multi-stakeholder, which is really what the IAASB is doing, working to have high-quality international standards that can be applied everywhere and by everybody. So what are our preliminary ideas? If we move to next slide, please. The first key step is that it's very clear now that there is a need for international standards for assurance and sustainability. We held during the IAASB March board meeting several breakout sessions, and we discussed with a lot of people, and it was clear after these breakout sessions that there was a strong support for standard setting. There's a clear recognition that we need to have a branded standard that would refer to assurance and sustainability. For the moment, we already have ISAE 3000 revised, but ISAE 3000 is not only on sustainability, it can cover a broad range of subject matter. And we're also convinced now that guidance will not address stakeholder expectation because the ask is for a robust standard. So we need to move ahead. This will be a journey. And we need to start by identifying what is most important to start the journey and develop the architecture of what we need to do. But whatever we do, we will need to be sure that we have a complete assurance solution. We don't want to have gaps in sustainability assurance standard. So what do we have for the moment? As I mentioned, we have ISAE 3000 revised. It's there. It has been already revised, so we can use it as a starting point. We also have some other subject matter specific ISAE. For example, ISAE 3410, which deals with greenhouse gas statements, or ISAE 3402, which deals with controls at services organization. So that's a starting point. We also are hearing that the EER guidance we released last year, which is now called Sustainability and Extended External Reporting Guidance, is extremely helpful and has a real value and is broadly used. This guidance was released by the IAASB in April 2021, and it has been relabeled to add sustainability in the title in December 2021. So it's really something on which we need to build on. And last but not least, we also hear from the practitioners that where ISAE 3000 does not provide specificity, practitioners are used to go to the ISAs, the International Standards on Auditing, to find some guidance. So we also can get some inspiration from the ISAs. So that's what we have, but we also need to add to that specificity on the challenges that have been identified by the practitioners. And if we move to the next slide, we will focus on some of these priority challenges. So what are people saying? People are saying that what is challenging is the difference between limited and reasonable assurance. Well, when do we know that we have obtained sufficient evidence which is required to reach the appropriate confidence level? Some people also have the perception that they receive more assurance from limited assurance engagements than they should. So that's something we need to work on. The second challenge is the suitability of the reporting criteria. This may evolve as more and more recognized criteria will exist, but when there's a lot of judgment in applying the criteria, that's a challenge for the preparer. Third challenge is the scope of the engagement. Sometimes we have to provide assurance on a full sustainability report, and some other times we have to report on various aspects of the information. Fourth challenge, evidence. What is evidence? When do you know you have enough evidence? How do you know the information is complete? And what do you do when you cannot obtain sufficient evidence? For example, if the system, the internal control is not sufficient, what is the impact on your assurance opinion? And last but not least, fifth challenge, which is materiality. Some of the framework use a double materiality concept, while some of the framework have a single materiality concept. And materiality has to be assessed either on narrative information, qualitative information, or on information that is more with figures, as we have used in the financial statements. And it's not easy to add materiality when it relates to information from a different nature. So you see, we have 5 important challenges, at least, to deal with in what we are planning to do. So moving to the next slide, what is the way forward? So at the moment, although we had this discussion in March with the IAASB and the breakout session, and we had follow-up discussions with the IAASB staff and the working group. So we have some ideas, but we have not formally discussed and agreed with the IAASB board the way forward. So we need to go back to the IAASB with proposals to determine the action we will do and agree and progress on these actions. We don't know exactly how it will work. We have to be flexible and open-minded. This maybe project could be of a different nature. First of all, because of the perceived urgency of the topic, and also the fact that we have a recent material available. I mentioned the EER guidance. So we need to be flexible, open-minded, and see how best we can progress in order to deliver what everybody is asking us to deliver, high quality assurance standard on sustainability information. Next slide, please. Which should be the last, just to remind you that you can follow the IAASB work on various social networks. But more than that, as you know, our meetings are public, so you can attend. You can attend remotely, online, or after the meeting, all our public meetings on our YouTube channel. So don't hesitate to connect and go back to our previous meetings. So in a nutshell, that's why I wanted to cover. Maybe you have some questions for me?
Okay, thank you very much. What a wonderful presentation and a very clear message that we already hear. So reporting and assurance are always intertwined. Okay, so there are several interesting questions, but the time is very limited. So I will ask only 2 questions. And this has a preamble, so maybe I have to ask the question one by one. So the first question, I want to look at the exposure draft of the IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard. It says on the standard that the sustainability-related financial information must be for the same reporting entity as the financial statements and published as part of its general purpose financial reporting. So there is a clear integration between financial reporting and the sustainability reporting. So I want to ask how IAASB respond to this in setting the relevant auditing standards. And what do you think will be the challenge in this kind of situation? So maybe that's the first question.
Okay. So the location of the information within the general purpose financial information will be key to determine the work effort that the auditor or the practitioner will perform. If the information is provided in the financial statements, for example, in the notes, then it is covered by the international standards on auditing. And as an example, I remind that IAASB has already released the staff audit practice alert on climate-related risks, and it was in October 2020. If the information is not in the financial statements, but is considered as an other information, as we call them in the ISAs, then the auditor applies ISA 720. But if there's a request for assurance on sustainability ESG information outside of the financial statements, then the auditor or another practitioner can apply the assurance standard. So one of the challenge would be for the user to understand that depending on the location of the information, which is maybe inside or outside the audited financial information, the work effort may be different and the level of assurance, if any, may be also different. And I also wanted to mention regarding the timing of the reporting, that maybe some other reporting framework other than the ISSB may not be aligned with the financial reporting period. So this would create another challenge because it would be very difficult to assess the consistency between the sustainability information disclosed and the impacts addressed in the financial statements.
Okay, that's very clear. There are lots of challenges to us that we need to tackle in the overcome. I want to ask the second question because we have a very limited time. I want to ask based on your presentation. In your presentation, you indicate that the IASB doesn't intend to align its assurance standard setting with any particular reporting frameworks. So with that in mind, will that create uncertainty regarding how to conduct an assurance engagement of information prepared under dominant frameworks which are emerging, such as the SSB standards or exposure, or maybe the GRI standards or any other standards? So maybe that's the questions.
So I will try to have a short and quick answer because I know we are late. But just to remind that all IAASB standards are framework neutral. That's also the case for the ISAs. You can apply IFRS, you can apply your local GAAP. You always can perform an audit applying the ISAs. So that's exactly the same for the assurance standard. And it's very important for our standard to be able to be applied worldwide. And even when there will be some add-ons locally, that the IAASB standard can be applied. But of course, as we always do, we will certainly consider the core element of a dominant reporting framework to ensure that any standard is practical and fit for purpose when being applied across different parts of the world. So that's what we have done with IFRS for the ISAs, and that's what we will intend to do. So that was my answer. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Isabel, for all the presentation and all your answers. Thank you very much. And we hope we can see you in the future. Thank you very much once again. We still have a next speaker, but we still have another polling questions for you. So maybe the committee can show the polling questions. So this is our 6th polling. Okay, polling number 6. There is an urgent need to develop assurance standards for sustainability report based on exposure draft of IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard. So do you agree or not agree, or you can speak your mind? Yeah, just answer the question. And wow, there are lots of questions. I'm sorry, there are lots of answers coming in. Wow, 200. Okay, I will wait just for another moment. Okay, I think I can close this poll in another 3 seconds. Okay, 1, 2, and then 3. Okay, I'm sorry, we have a very limited amount of time. So as you can see, the results, I share the result now to you. And we can see the majority of you answer agree and then strongly agree. So there are a total of 83% agree with the urgent need to develop assurance standard. So in Indonesia, I hope we can also move on, not just to make a reporting standard, but also to make assurance standard. So these standards can be complement and will boost the sustainability reporting in Indonesia. And talking about the sustainability assurance in Indonesia, we still have one more speaker from Indonesian Public Accounting or Public Accountant Association, or we know EAP. And we already know EAP, and we now have a speaker. And the speaker representing EAP is Ibu Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya. Good afternoon, Bu Kusumaningsih Angkawijaya.
Good afternoon, Pak Ari. How are you?
Okay, it's already 5 p.m. everyone, but I hope you can hold on for a moment. Yeah, we need to understand and also listen very carefully about the plan for the assurance standards setter, or perhaps the public accounting profession response to this. And maybe I will go directly to the questions. There are 3 questions, and maybe the first question will be your short feedback about the IAASB presentation. And perhaps after the short feedback, perhaps you can tell us the EAP's view of the IAASB initiatives. And also, I want to know your opinion about the assurance level, because the assurance level of the sustainability report now is very limited. So what do you think that our public accountants, can they able to provide high assurance level due to the publication of these IFRS sustainability standards? So for Ibu Kusumaningsih, the time is yours.
Thank you, Pari. That's a very good questions. So first, I would like to thank you, Isabel, for such insightful presentations on the IASB action, work, and focus in the development of a complete assurance solutions on sustainability. Isabel, your presentation is very useful for our extended external reporting task force, but this is Indonesia EER task force. Initially, we named it Integrated Reporting Task Force, but we rename it, which Indonesian Institute of Certified Public Accountant, we call it IAP, already formed this task force back in December 2020. With the objective is to serve the public interest through developing technical and practical guidance to support our practitioners in providing assurance service related to extended external reporting. So basically our view and observations in relations to the sustainability assurance is pretty much aligned with IASB, from what I heard from Isabel's presentation. Firstly, our recent limited research on 50 largest listed entity by market capitalization as of 31st March 2022, so this year, reveal that 33 out of 50 entities have issued some sort of sustainability reports in 2021. 13 of 33 entities have assurance statement, in which 54% use ISAE 3000's limited assurance and 46% use AA 1000 AS moderate level. So this result really told us that ISAE 3000 or our local equivalent SPA 3000 have not been widely used in performing assurance on sustainability reporting in our jurisdiction. And also this is an indication, like what Isabel said, that there are multiple assurance standards and there are also fragmentations in assurance. And secondly, we are of the same view with IASB that there's an urgent need for a high quality international standard for assurance on sustainability in order to ensure credibility, reliability, and accuracy of sustainability related disclosure. So having heard the presentation from Isabel, I'm personally convinced, and I hope my colleague in EER Task Force also echo me, that the strategic initiative of IEAP to develop standards and guidance for assurance on EER through the adoptions of standards and guidance issued by IASB is pretty much aligned with the IASB initiative. We also started with what we have right now, which is ISAE 3000 or SPA 3000, We are currently in the process of revising ISAI 3000 in order to be in line with IFAC Handbook 2020. We are at the final stage of adopting the non-authoritative guidance on applying ISAI 3000 revised as what mentioned by Isabel, regarding the EER assurance engagement as issued by ISB in April this year and renamed in December 2021. Actually, April last year and renamed in December 2021. And the other thing which I think is very important is we are also in the process of adopting ISAI 3410, the standard for assurance engagement on greenhouse gas statements. We believe that this standard will be very relevant for addressing a growing demand for stakeholders for trusted carbon emission information. This is certainly in line with our government targets to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 29% by 2030 in our own efforts, or 41% with international support, and then to achieve net zero emissions by 26 or sooner. So with this, our standard status boards have set priority to issue exposure draft on ISAI 3000 revised together with the ED non-authoritative guidance in September this year, and the ED ISAI 3410 in December this year too. So I think that's my response to your first question, Pak Ari. And for the second questions, because you already told the second question, basically we strongly believe that in order to perform a high quality sustainability assurance engagement, the sustainability reporting should be prepared using a high quality reporting standards that will achieve greater relevance, consistency, reliability, and comparability in sustainability reporting. I hope all of you agree with this statement. Therefore, IAPI is of the view that the announcement of the establishment of the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, at the COP26 conference last year in Glasgow marked as a significant milestone in addressing the complexity and confusion of sustainability requirements. IAPI supports the ISB initiative to issue a global baseline for investor-focused sustainability reporting that local jurisdiction can build on it, including Indonesia, if later on we decided to use it. This will certainly support companies in Indonesia in the near future to report all relevant sustainability topics, not limited to climate only, under a consistent global framework and focus on how this topic would impact or increase enterprise value. Further to what we know and what I heard from Isabel and also Ibu Rosita, these standards aim to have a better connection between sustainability information and financial information. Therefore, companies will need to start putting process and control in place for gathering robust and timely ESG-related information to achieve the same quality as the financial information. So IAPI, as a professional accountancy organization, will participate in providing comments on this new ISSB proposals before the closing date of consultation period, which is 29 July 2022. So now I would like to touch on the assurance level for sustainability report, which is your third question, Pak Ari. So as I mentioned earlier, our recent limited research on 50 listed entity reveal that 36% of these reporting have limited assurance. None of them have reasonable assurance. This result is actually very, very consistent with the benchmarking conducted by IFAC on 50 listed Indonesian companies based on the market capitalization as of 31st March 2021 last year. So this year, actually we did a very, very simple research and the result is still the same. So we think the main reasons that those reporting have limited assurance only, none of them have reasonable assurance, is because this is something new for many of us. The sustainability ESG reporting in Indonesia is still not mature at this moment. but I think in the near term, it will become more mature and mature. And the market's understanding on the costs and benefits of have a trusted sustainability reporting is still actually very, very limited. Yeah. So with that, yeah, I actually, we believe, yeah, that actually considering the pressure from the investor community to have a trusted sustainability reporting, we believe, yeah, in the long run, as the company are more mature in their governance, process, and controls to produce robust and timely information, and at the same time, public accountant who will provide assurance engagement will be better equipped with technical and practical experience in providing the assurance services, there will be a movement from limited assurance to reasonable assurance at some point of time. We don't know when, but for sure, there will be in that direction. So basically, as Ibu Rosita mentioned, that the professional accountant should take a lead. I echo with that, Ibu Rosita. And basically, we have no doubt that public accountants are capable to provide sustainability assurance, both limited assurance and maybe in the long run, reasonable assurance. Why? Same, because they actually have the core skill sets from being experienced auditors. The same skill sets, the ability to exercise professional judgment, professional skepticism will be needed for delivering assurance engagement. Of course, the public accountants will need to further invest the time and efforts to sharpen their skill and soft skill and knowledge needed for performing a high quality assurance engagement. So when Ibu Rosita say that the time is now, in closing, I would like to say, getting ready now is very critical in preparing our professions to be future ready for extended external reporting or new corporate reporting era. This is a game changer for our professions. ERP, in collaborations with other professional accountancy organizations, will put our best efforts to support our profession in grabbing this exciting opportunity to make our accounting profession stay relevant and, of course, be attractive for future generations. So that's my comments, Pak Ari. Hopefully it answers your questions. Thank you.
Very clear, Mrs. Kusumaningsi, and there is a very loud optimism coming from your statements. And this is also a very, very great opportunity for ERP and also for ERE to be able to work together so Indonesia can implement the reporting standard and assurance standard on sustainability reporting as fast as we can. Okay, thank you very much, Ibu Kusumaningsi, for your time and also for your presentation and for your answer. Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
Okay, and for all the audience, I won't detain you for much longer. I understand it's already 17:14 now. The aroma of kolak and gorengan is already around us. So I think we need to close this session. But before we close this session, there is another one final question in the live polling. So can the committee assist me? Okay, so this is a very short question, a simple one. So in your opinion, how long will it take to implement IFRS Sustainability Disclosure Standard in each jurisdiction, or perhaps in Indonesia, or on your respective countries? Okay, we can start the poll now. Okay. And also, while you answering the questions, I would like to say thank you for Mr. Rafi and also Mr. Sebastian for assisting us in providing a written answer for the questions in the Q&A section. I see there are lots of questions already answered. There are 17 well-handled questions. Thank you very much for assisting us. And we also have to apologize to the audience because there is a limited amount of time for us. Therefore, we cannot provide a Q&A section for the audience. But I hope in the next event, we can provide more time to ask some opinion or maybe some questions from the audience. But okay, we can see now the answer. So majority said around 1 to 3 years. So maybe not in the very short time, like less than 1 year, but 1 or 3 years should be good. Okay, thank you very much for your participation. It's already 17:16 now. I don't want to detain you for any longer. So perhaps on behalf of the committee and also for all the speakers here, me and Bu Elvia would like to say thank you for your participation, for your kind attention, and also for your appreciation to us. I also would like to apologize if there is any trouble or if there is any mistake committing by us, and I hope we can see you in the next event. Okay, so thank you very much from me and also from Bu Elvia and also from all of the speakers here. Thank you once again, and I will return this session back to Bu Monica. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ari Pratama, Ibu Elvia Syauqi, also to Raffi, Isabel, Ibu Rosita, Ibu Ningsih, Ibu Agus Saptarina, and Bapak Sebastian for completing our discussion in this webinar. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you that all participants, not only to those of you who join us via Zoom, but also via YouTube, you are entitled to get up to 4 CPD hours. All you have to do is join our survey. Please refer to the link that we have shared on the screen and also to the Zoom chat box and YouTube description box. The link will be closed at 8 PM Jakarta time. One more time, to get the e-certificate, all you have to do is join our survey. The link is provided on the screen. The link will be closed at 8 PM Jakarta time. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our webinar today. On behalf of the organizer, the Institute of Indonesia Chartered Accountants or IAI, B20, and the International Federation of Accountants or IFAC, I would like to thank our distinguished guests and all of our panelists and moderators, and our appreciation also to you, the participant, for your attendance and active participation. I would like to also remind you again that to get the e-certificate, you have to join our survey. The link is being circulated on the chat box in the YouTube and also the Zoom. Your certificate of participation and webinar material will be provided once we receive your feedback. From Jakarta, Indonesia, my name is Monica Nabilia. It has been a pleasure hosting this webinar. Thank you, and we look forward to welcoming you at our future events. Wishing you and your family a blessed Ramadan, happy iftar, selamat memasuki waktu berbuka puasa untuk ibu dan bapak sekalian. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you, Monica.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Mohon izin Liv. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih Bapak Ibu. Sehat selalu. Pimpinan terima kasih. Bu Ningsih terima kasih.
Izin Liv ya Pak. Terima kasih.
Bapak dan Ibu, kami akan menutup ruangan Zoom ini dalam hitungan ketiga. 1, 2, 3.